Okay. I think everything is good, maybe. It'll work out just... Oh, crap. There we go. Okay. That'll work. I had to adjust something. Alrighty. Woobly woo. Everything is good. Alrighty. Oh, boy. I need to sit and stretch now while I have a moment because my body has not been stretched much today. Ugh. Unfortunately, the methods of which I worked today were kind of just me having to sit around. I was sitting a lot today. A lot of paperwork, a lot of just writing, which is nice, but it's also, man, you end up staring at it a lot. I think when you have to write, when you have to do a lot of writing, it can be quite tiring after a little bit. Especially given the nature of when you're writing up stuff, you end up rereading it a bunch of times, so it gets really tiring. Oh boy. Oh man. I should probably check that I'll do the command on my phone because that's easier. Why would I do that when because I can hit all of my hotkeys and trigger everything. Why would I do that when I have my phone now to do it? Because now I can use my phone to do command stuff rather than having to do... Because now we have... Yes. I have a new command for this. I made a new command today so that I could pull up the link to my game at any time. Totally self-fulfilling, but it makes me happy. Alrighty. I might as well get into it. I forget if we... Oh, that's right. We left off right at the very end of we left off when we finished up day 1. That was when we saved last time. Because we found that there was no way that the cough-up queen could have done the thing she said she did. We basically refuted her entire case. And we also have to go find that cloth that was in the muffler. So we have to go figure out what that was. So we have new stuff to do. And Emma looks very, very sad. Alright, well, this is about where we were, if I recall everything that we had. Mr. Wright. Oh. Oh, what? Are trials always like this with you? Like, you're swimming up from the bottom of a lake about to reach the surface, but no matter how hard you paddle, you never seem to get there? Pretty much. That was pretty much how the whole game went. Except today we're swimming in quicksand. So what happened to your sister anyway? Apparently she got called off to the judges' chambers. Probably something to do with that piece of cloth. So, this is where we turn this trial around, right? Our only weapon, a tiny, insignificant piece of cloth. I'm the one who's starting to feel tiny and insignificant, to tell the truth. Hola, partner. Ah, yes. Our favorite man. Hey, Crooked, how's it going today? You quite first. We get to have this good music again. They say that you show a red cloth to a bull, it'll fire up its temper. That's what they told me when I was a youngin', at least. I'm really curious what caused this man to be born the way he is. I don't know. There's something really funny about him. Officer Marshall. Thought I'd come take a look-see at how the trial's going. Looks like I'm late. They've got the home ranch locked down tighter than a fort in enemy territory. That hard to slip out, huh? What is going on over there anyway? All the police I've seen these last 2 days have been really on edge. Don't you got enough on your plate without worrying about other people, compadre? You could be worrying about the chief prosecutor's taste in mufflers, for example. Officer Marshall, the whole muffler thing didn't have anything to do with scarves. She wasn't even wearing a scarf. You don't say. Don't that just beat all? I don't know what that means. I've seen the red breeze blow at her slender neck many a time. Saw it that day, too. She was wearing a red muffler. What? At the award ceremony that afternoon. Edgeworth's seen it too, I'd reckon. What does that even mean? In the photograph taken at the crime scene, she wasn't wearing a scarf. So Miss Starr wasn't mistaken. Well, it's about time. Remember, partner, sometimes you gotta grab the bull by the horns. Sometimes you just gotta let that bull go where it will. Time will tell. I have a bad feeling about this. I have a bad feeling this guy is gonna do something stupid. What are we swimming in now, Mr. Wright? it's steak sauce, I can hook you up with some fine ribs. Ooh-wee. What? You wrote down the ooh-wee? That's impressive. The boldness of your statement. Oh boy. Today's been a good one. I feel like I got that email about Red Genie and just immediately my entire brain just went, oh, yeah, you're there. You're there, Chief. The day has suddenly shifted. The day has suddenly made a major shift. Okay, so I'd like to resume. What's up? The judge keeps looking over at the prosecution. There's something wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. Your face is blue, your lips are purple, you're sweating bullets. That furrowed brow, those grinding teeth, those watery eyes. Yeah, I mean, Edgeworth just looks like he's... Yeah, I don't think he's having a good day. What's more, your eyes are... It can't be. This can't happen. I wonder what happened to Mr. Edgeworth. He found out his car isn't covered by insurance. I have to wonder what the muffler and the muffler pun was in Japanese. I've never checked. Oh, you know what? That's true. I don't know how that would work. How does that wordplay work in Japanese? Huh. Interesting. Oh, on a side note, just so I can talk about it on stream at least once, I was playing Gary's mod recently, and in my the top rated maps on Gary's mod was a map of the courthouse from Ace Attorney. No meme, it was real. And what made it better was that they had a jukebox. They had like a boombox in the back of the building that you could play all 4 of the stages of a trial day on. So you could play this music, you could play the cross-examination, there was one other one, and then it was the last one, the pressing the witness. But you had all 4 of the songs, and it was really good. And the map was actually made accurately. It was really good. It was really cool. Edgeworth is having a bad day. What is unacceptable? Seems our prosecutor is quite beside himself. the way that the judge looked, he was like, oh, I see. Excuse me, knock knock. What is happening? Who's there? What on earth is that thing? What is that thing? That is not a man, that's an entity. Strange stuffy aura seems to be filling the courtroom. What is that? What are his glasses? Why does he have a cross tie? Hey, the temperature rose 5.7 degrees when that man came in. How do you know that? Who on earth is this man? Who are you? Ah, it's you. The dramatic pauses are really selling this for me. What is... Oh, hey. Sorry, I'm late, Udgy. The roads are packed, it's just me. Long time no see, hey, Udgy. Udgy? How you been? Swim much these days? What is this man? Ah, hello. No, I've been so busy. What is this human being? Busy schmizzy, Udgy, my boy. You have to make time to relax. Is this his dad or something? What is this? Yes, indeed. Udgy. Seems to be his nickname for the judge? I'm afraid you're right. Very afraid. Sorry, but who are you? Aha, so you're Wrighto, the attorney. I've heard great things about you, son. Wrighto? My game just paused for a moment there. That was weird. Thanks. So sorry about our little worthy giving you all that trouble, eh? You know, we should all go swimming sometime together. Jolly. What is this being? Little worthy? I don't understand what's happening. Mr. Wright, you don't know the district chief of police? Chief of police. What do you mean that's the chief of police? You're looking at this man? I love how even people close to the judge call him nicknames centered around his job title. They don't even know his name. They just call him Judge. He's the top ranking police officer in the entire district. He is? It's the name's Gant, Damon Gant. Pleased to meet you, everyone. I love this man. He is wonderful. So, to what do we owe this honor today? It's been over 2 years since you last came to this courtroom, hasn't it? Well, it's worthy here. Look at the poor fellow. I just thought I'd help out by bringing this. Hey, that's my sister's muffler. So Miss Star wasn't just seeing things. When the crime occurred, Miss Sky really was wearing that muffler. But to think that it was stuffed in that exhaust pipe. On Little Worthy's car, no less. I'm very confused by this man, but I am very curious to him. What? Is that a knife? Is that a knife? It's really quite embarrassing even for us. What's this? It's what you'd call a switchblade knife. Quite perplexing, this. You have us. Wait, what? Wait. Chief, what kind of outfit are you running? Mr. Edgeworth, how could they miss such a vital piece of evidence? If your investigators are this lax, how do you expect us to do our job? Now, wait a minute, Worthy. I have no desire to hear your excuses. I'm telling you to wait. Or didn't you hear me? Oh, I see. Mr. Gant is quite... Have a look at this document where it says person in charge of investigation. There's no mistaking that signature, is there, Miles Edgeworth? That's not fair. On the day of the crime, I had your head in the clouds because you got that award. I know how you feel. This guy suddenly turned the atmosphere a lot scarier than I thought it would be. But you're the person in charge. I'll expect a written apology. Oh. Yeah, this guy is far more in tune with himself than I expected. I thought he was just being a bit goofy, but no, that is to throw people off guard. This guy is far smarter than he is letting on. Are you serious? Don't be so upset. We'll find a way to clean up this mess that you made. This is the first time I've seen Mr. Edgeworth at a loss for words. This kind of major blunder is unlike you, Mr. Edgeworth. Yeah, the court accepts this new evidence. But I'd like to ask the defense a favor first, yes? Just to be sure. I'd like to take a look at the blade of this knife. The blade, Your Honor? Well, I don't see why not. Could you open it up for me, I wonder? Yes, well, I think all I have to do is push that switch and... If I cut my finger, Mr. Wright, I won't be able to pound my gavel anymore. Yeah, but if I cut my finger, I wouldn't be able to point it at people anymore. Come on, just hurry up and open it. Well, I'm so confused by the nature of this, but it's so funny. Alright, so let's take a look at it, shall we? I'm looking at it. What? Don't scare me like that. Look at this knife. Wait, the blade is broken. I'm the one who's scared. Look at this knife blade. The tip is broken off. This dark red stain. Blood? Interesting. Switchblade knife added to the court record. Small tag attached, wrapped in the defendant's muffler. This does not excuse the actions of the police department. I would like to hear an explanation from the chief of police himself. I'm terribly sorry, but could I ask you to testify for us about the split between the prosecutors and the police and this knife? Sure thing. Not a problem. Not even a little one, really. This is going to be an interesting cross-examination. I'm very intrigued by what is going on here. This knife is special, but I can't say how here. Unless there's evidence to prove a connection between this knife and Goodman. That was a bad day for the department. We weren't in any shape to do an investigation. The detective was killed at the police department, see? What a mess. Time of crime, 5:15. Scary coincidence, eh? It's not officially linked to this here case, so I can't talk much about... Wait, what? There was a murder at the police department. A detective? That's hush-hush information, OG. We haven't exactly announced it yet. Wait a second, you said 5:15. That's the exact time that Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office. Wait, so how does that work then? Wait, what? Wait a minute. Anyway, we at the department were all flustered, as you might well assume. We're in the middle of a top secret investigation. Don't tell anyone, okay? I think we understand the police department situation. Well, Mr. Wright, 2 detectives killed at the same time in different places. The chances of that are really slim, scientifically speaking, of course. I'd like to exercise my right to cross-examine the witness. Very well. However, keep your questions focused on the case at hand. What on earth? Okay, I'm gonna save really quick, but... I'm very intrigued by the fact that we have a double homicide? How does that work? I'm gonna press each statement and see what's so good. Excuse me, special. Hard to come by this particular knife anywhere else. Might that special thing be this little tag? Oh, sorry, Righto, but I can't say that now. Not that. We've established that the knife in Goodman's chest was this knife. Now, why was there another knife at the scene of the crime? It's quite a mystery. And like a mystery, it's wrapped in something, a muffler. Okay. Hey, hey Drifter, how's it going today? Remember that opening cutscene when there was one murder silhouette that split into two and zoomed out to show two buildings? That's right, because there were two different... So there are two different things happening at the same time, you're right. But how are they related then? Two murders at the same time is one thing, but how are they related? Unless there's a connection, evidence to prove a connection between this knife and Goodman. This knife was found on the scene of our crime. I think it makes it connected to this case, don't you? See, there's a lot of things that go on at the department I can't explain. It's delicate, okay? Sorry, Righto. Maybe there's something about the knife that will give us a clue. Let's examine the knife while we can. Evidence that links the knife to Detective Goodman. Should try presenting the piece of evidence that's had me stumped all this time. So how are things down at the department? Shadow Code Jutsu. Let's see. Let me really quickly... Can I... No, I want to examine. Check. Let me look at the knife really quick and see what we can find. SL92. There's a small tag on the knife. It says SL92. What's that supposed to mean? I'm not sure, but it reminds me of a similar code. DL6. Maybe it's a case number. That's weird. What? I don't remember where, but I think I've seen something like this before. Something similar to what's written on this tag. It wasn't that long ago either. Should check the court record again. Wait a minute. Wouldn't that be... I think I know what that is. It's going to be... Is it that one? SL92. Oh! Turn it upside down. It's SL9. You turn this upside down. It's SL9 too. I see. I see. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna save real quick, but I think it's... I would like to say that it's the piece of paper that Goodman gave us. I love handwriting puzzles like that. It's actually... That's quite interesting, because Goodman had that note on him, so... Present... I think... I'm gonna do something like this, but I think it's this one? It is this piece of paper. I got it. Wait a second. Ah, at last. An honest to goodness objection. This knife. This has to have something to do with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? Aha! An honest to goodness, what do you mean from Udgy? This is great. Look at the tag on this knife. It says SL92, and this is important why. Over here, we also have a memo that was found on the body of the victim. What's this? 6 minus 7S, 12-2. Your Honor, it's upside down. Upside. The printed name on the memo makes it look like it's right side up. But turn it around, and what do you get? SL9, 221. Aha! What were those called when words can read as a different order and you flip them? Oh, it's... Well, palindromes are the opposite of that, but, yeah, it's like the opposite of palindrome. Or the, well, there's the opposite of palindrome where you create a new word by switching one around, like stressed in desserts. But... Words made by flipping. The word. It just gave me words made from flipped. I couldn't find the actual definition. Whoever wrote this note was holding the paper upside down. SL9. That's the same thing that is written on the knife's tag. Aha, take that. Order. Order. Well, Chief. Ah, well. I guess the cat's out of the bag. You win, Righto. I win? Ah. What game is this guy playing? This knife was evidence in a case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. That was a bad day for the department. We weren't in any shape for that. A detective was killed in the police department. Time of the crime. I want to press on some of these, because what? On the same day that a detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed in the police department. That's a fact. Surprising, isn't it, Udgy? I'm at a loss for words. Ambigram. Oh, I see. Ambigram. Interesting. And the perpetrator. Do you have a suspect? Well, there was a suspect. Just arrested him, in fact. Just arrested? That was quick. But there's still a lot of unanswered questions. Maybe you could help, Righto. Suppose I could help if you could help me by giving me data on your case. Ooh, good one. This kid's sharp. Okay, here's the deal. I'll tell you one thing and one thing only. Oh god. Save. I'm gonna save really quick because you know what I want to ask about is how the victim was killed, when the victim died. Let's do how the victim was killed because that should give me some more Well, how was the detective killed? How was he killed? Now that's the interesting part. It was what we call in the force a stabbing with a knife. A knife. It's exactly the same as Detective Goodman. That's the spirit. We're cooking now. But you know, that's not the only thing that was exactly the same. What? What do you mean? There were more similarities between the two cases than the cause of death? Seems I'm gonna have to press on this a bit harder. Alright, I'm gonna press on this and get all the information. Oh god, I have to press each time. Alright, so... let's see. Tell you one thing only. I'm gonna grab where the victim was found. I'm gonna get that next. Where was the victim found? Well, I can't speak on where the corpse was found, but I can say the crime took place in the evidence room at the police department. The evidence room? Wait a second, I have heard of that. The evidence room. Didn't he mention that in the testimony just now? This knife was evidence in a case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. There's a connection between the two cases. Happy, we just got handed our ticket to go to town on this case. With the link between the two cases established, we finally have some leverage. Now we can get Gant to testify about the details. Okay, so let's see. Save here. I think that means I can present the knife and say that, yeah, the two are related then. Nope, that wasn't it. Blech. I love how this game does its storytelling. Man, just the... so good. Okay, so let's see. Time of the crime, 5:15. Scary coincidence. Actually, I can press this now, because now I know. Chief, the defense's position is simply this. The connection between these two cases has already been proven. You don't say, well, out with it, Righto. What is your connection? Yes, out with it, Mr. Wright. The connection is a place mentioned in the testimony we just heard. The knife found in the lot was stolen from the police department's evidence room. Not to mention the victim had on him the case number on the knife's evidence bag. We also know that the detective murdered at the police department was killed in that very same evidence room. Indeed, there do seem to be too many connections for it to be a coincidence. So, why are we killing detectives? You two make a good pair. Took my men 2 days to find out what you deduced right here. Chief, I request that you release your information on the victim at the police department. See, that's the tricky part. It hasn't been announced yet and all. Can we get the information unofficially? It's so many M's. Sure, why not? It's unofficial after all. What, really? Who would have guessed? We could just ask for the answer. I'll cooperate, but I can't reveal the name of the victim at the department, okay? Wait, what? You can't bruh, really? If you're going to tell us a little, why not tell us everything? Ah, well, case information is sticky stuff. You have to do everything properly. Oh, well, I guess I can try and get what I can out of him. Their ID number. Okay, how about you tell me the victim's ID number? Sure, why not? It's not like you'll be able to tell who it is from that. Of course not. You won't tell me their name after all. We keep a tight lid on ID numbers, so don't go getting your hopes up. The number is 584-2189. Well, that's quite long. You have to remember these. It drives me nuts. 82. I can't do it. Didn't even get the first number right. Yeah, 582. Oh, crap. Well, Mr. Wright, does this tell you anything? The ID number, 584-2189. Wait a minute. Wait, what? That's impossible. How did he get killed twice? Yeah, this tells me something. That tells me that there's some BS. Actually, it does, Your Honor. It does, I think. Meaning? I have the evidence. Has to be what I think it is. But what does this mean? I know what it means. Well, let's hear what the defense has to say. You say the ID number of the detective who was murdered at the police department tells you something. What does it tell you? Present. I'm going to present this. Witness. What is it, Mr. Wright? You're grinning like a high school on prom night. No, it's just... I got confused, and this is news. Huh? Just come out with both guns blazing like you always do. 2 places, 2 detectives murdered. Stabbed a man, then stabbed him again just to be sure. Actually, I happen to have a police ID number here. It's like he got killed once and then got killed again. The unluckiest man on earth. Yeah, I just saw that. It's just the fact that he died twice is what gets me. Oh, is it yours? No, Your Honor. I'm a defense attorney, remember? This is the ID number of our victim, Detective Goodman. Shame on you, Righto. Personal IDs are top secret. Detective Goodman's ID number is 584-2189. You guys, and this means what exactly? Huh? Wait, that ID number we heard from the chief earlier. That started with 82, I forgotten. Didn't even get the first number right again. The number the chief of police gave us was 58-42-189. Wait a second, Wright. What is this? What does this mean? That's what I want to know. The two ID numbers are identical. In other words, the detective killed in the police department's evidence room was Bruce Goodman. What does our witness think about that? Oh, sharp as attack, Righto. Sharp as attack. But wait, Detective Goodman is our victim. He was killed at 5:15 in the underground parking lot. Yet, Detective Bruce Goodman was also killed at the police department in the evidence room at the exact same time. That's impossible. So what we're saying is the same person was killed at the same time. He was killed squared, dead squared, killed twice. And in a completely different location. He was killed twice. Oh my god, we killed a man twice. Holy crap. I love the premise on this case. It's so funny. No, what I want to know is, why didn't I hear about this? Yes, it's top secret, fine, but I'm the prosecutor in charge of the case. Now, just wait a second, Worthy. No need to get all flustered. Your Honor, the police department has made a grave error in this case. Wait, I said wait. Oh yeah, didn't you hear me? Oh yeah, he's getting spawn camping a-holes. Killed, already reincarnated, was killed again. Man, this guy's being horrible. Oversight, the grave error, Mr. Edgeworth. They're yours. What? How? How dare? We informed you yesterday. I believe it was our Officer Meekins who brought you the news. Officer Meekins? Mr. Wright, where have we heard that name before? Wait, aha! Yeah, that was that ding-dong who came by with all the paper. That was the guy with the bushy brows. I made fun of him a lot. Excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth anywhere on the premises? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir. I see. You don't mean him. According to Meekins, you didn't accept the report. Hard to believe. But your officer, he told me. He said that the report had nothing to do with the Lena Sky incident. Detective Bruce Goodman murdered in the police department evidence room. Mr. Edgeworth, the victim's name is written on the top of the report. Ah, I see. He got... Why didn't your officer tell me? Honestly, I'm not sure if the officer is capable of making the connection. He did seem challenged. Oh man, you really had to hit freaking you had to hit the hexagon forehead with the challenged statement. You had to hit him with that one, huh? In any case, this is a serious error, a gross negligence of duty on your part, Worthy. But sir, you could have submitted that report this morning to the court as evidence. Then this guy is being really weird. He just blanks out every now and then. No such luck this time, Worthy. Or should I say unworthy? Good lord, man. Why are you going at the prosecution so much? What? Now, what was that second rule of evidence law, Mr. Wright, huh? Oh, well, it's Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And how is this rule relevant? Normally, you submit a list of evidence to be used in court before the trial. This report wasn't on that list. So, what does this mean? I couldn't submit this evidence until a connection was proven in court. The connection was just proven by Righto over here. Good job, Righto, my boy. Huh? I was just doing my job. So wait, was this? No. 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 Wow, we really are just nuking Edgeworth as much as we can, huh? It seems we have come to the end of this trial. Now you're going through a tough time, Worthy, what with all those rumors. You were even in the defendant's chair just this past December. Man's playing 5D chess. The fact that this guy is way more intelligent than he's letting on is what scares me more. It's one thing for this guy to be playing this game, but to be doing so easily is what makes me worry. I apologize for this terrible lack of due diligence on my part. Mr. Edgeworth, please, just give me one day. I'll get to the bottom of what happened if it's the last thing I do. You'd better get results this time, really. You have my profound apologies, sir. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. Gant's written so well. He's a fantastic character. I think he's just... I don't think there's ever been an error this serious in the history of this court. I'll grant one further day as the prosecution has requested. Will that be sufficient, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Whatever your punishment for this is, I hope for your sake it's not decisive. Very well, court is adjourned. So we got an extra day to go solve what we got. I think the thing that scares me is when a character... I like it when characters are clearly in control. It's one thing if they're acting aloof and being kind of a goober, but... the fact that he's very clearly in control of himself and knows when to stop being almost silly, right? The fact that he knows pretty well when to stop being kind of a dork at any moment is really good. What's going on with the case anyway? I'm a little confused. Huh? Well, let's see. What is going on? The victim was stabbed after 5 p.m. on the 21st. He died in the prosecutor's parking lot and the police department's evidence room. What's this and the evidence room part? The prosecutor's office and the police department are 30 minutes apart by car. Well, that's what we're going to find out, or try to at least. All right, let's do it. Glad she's in good spirits, but I'm not sure she's going to be much help with this. Don't be so sure, Mr. Wright, huh? Look, we're in this together, right? I'll prove that these thick-rimmed glasses of mine aren't just for show. Let's go. Science awaits us. All right, let's see what we can do. You know, I really don't think we should worry about the police department murder. There wasn't even a body found there. Who cares? Yeah, it was only our victim who was killed in their evidence room. No biggie. Besides, my sister would never do such a thing. I know it. That oil drum, was it empty? Oil drum was kicked over by the prosecutor as brimmed with water. Sister erasing evidence of the crime scene? Never. Even though she says they don't get along, Emma really likes her sister. It's not it at all. It's just we're both professionals at what we do, and I trust her. Big words for a high school student. But whether there was blood on the floor or not, the water in that oil drum washed it all away. Ignore the strength of my science at your own peril, Mr. Wright. Huh? What's that grin for? Situation calls for one thing: luminol testing fluid. Luminol? Blood is sticky stuff, you know. You can't wash it away with a little water. Even if you can't see it, it's still there. But wouldn't the police have already done those tests? Never trust anyone's eyes but your own, Mr. Wright. Just give it a try. Me? Why do I have to do it? I'm a minor. I can't even drink yet. We're testing bloodstains with this stuff, not drinking it. Here, I'll lend you these glasses. Huh? You had an extra pair of those things? Whoa. Test for a blood reaction, just spray the luminol on it. Like this, see? Press the A button to spray it on. Okay, let's find some bloodstains. Start spraying like a maniac. DS mechanics! Oh, I love this. This is kind of cool. I like that. Whoa, whoa. See her eyes shining behind those glasses? So is this a bloodstain? It's so... Ugh. Emma, you're shaking. This is my first time seeing real blood. Scientific investigation in action. Okay, well, we definitely know this is a bloodstain, but doesn't something strike you as odd, scientifically speaking, of course? It's not about this scientifically. The mount? The perpetrator and Detective Goodman fought here, right? Don't you think there'd be a little more blood? I definitely think so. I mean, look at all the blood that's on the sole of the victim's shoe. It is pretty strange. If they fought here, there'd have to be more blood than this. Hey, Mr. Wright, I'm gonna mark the floor plans for when we find a bloodstain, okay? The DS mechanics are pretty neat. That is kind of neat, though. Pretty handy to have around, right? Oh yeah, this stuff's pretty handy, too. I saved up my allowance to buy that. Luminol testing received from one very proud-looking Emma Sky. We can't be sure the police will reveal all their evidence in court. Sometimes they fail to mention evidence that doesn't fit with their view of the case. Let's drag out that hidden evidence out into the light of day. Yeah, it feels like we're really investigating crime now, doesn't it? Guess I should give this a spray on anything suspicious. Oh, hi. Wonder how that fluid of yours reacts to a nice deli box. Hi, Miss Star. How are you doing? You only trust your own two eyes, huh? Not bad, you two. This day-old deli box is on the house. Sorry, it's just... that kind of lead-in doesn't get my mouth watering. I'm gonna talk to her and ask about some stuff. She's already put me in a tight spot today. My apologies, Miss Star, but no, it's okay. It was my fault. Oh, we know. I witnessed everything from that security room right there, but I was afraid that wouldn't sound convincing enough, you see. It's wrong to think that. I'm sorry. Sorry, you lied on the witness stand. It's unforgivable. Little girl, don't forget what's important here. Even if the place I witnessed the events from was different, I still saw what I saw. Saw Chief Prosecutor Sky stab a man in cold blood, and that testimony still stands. Swear to my honor as a detective, she stabbed Goodman. Man, this photograph has something important to tell us, but what? So you were a detective, weren't you, Miss Star? Yes, it was a long time ago, well, 2 years ago. No matter how hardened the criminal when they faced me. They coughed it up. Coughed it up? They confessed. They babbled like babies, you know. I may seem like a demon sometimes, but I can be an angel, too. She really does like to swap around. Today I dragged the dirt out of the mouths of suspect after suspect. Before long, they called me the Cough-Up Queen. Yeah, there we go. Oh, and here I thought someone had gotten food poisoning from your lunches. And you were let go or fired? Felt that when I found my dream job when I became an investigator, and if these prim and proper prosecutors hadn't let me go, I'd still be one today. Oh, so she definitely has a problem with... It's all because of that case, the SL9 incident. SL9? Present. What do you think about this? SL9 incident's written on that knife. And on that note. Goodman. Goodman was the head detective on that case, you know. Really? The knife was evidence from that case, the murder weapon. It's not a typo, by the way. I could be your angle or your devil. It's not a typo, by the way. Wait, did she say that did she say her her angel or her angle? I did not see that. I did not. Wait, I didn't read that. I just read angel. Wait, what? Wait, I need to go back. SL9 isn't over, not yet. Do you think you can tell us more about that incident? Wait a minute. Talk. Wait, go back. I'm going back really quick. Wait, hang on. That's just a meme reference. Oh, I see. Okay, let me... I'm gonna go... You know what I do wish they had with this game that other games do have is the log. So if I miss a piece of dialogue, then I could see it, but... Because that's what... I was thinking about triangle strategy, and they do that. Oh, Persona and triangle strategy do it, and it's really... Okay, so... I present this. What do you think about this? Alright, so just the same thing. Knife was evidence from that case, murder weapon. It was due for transferal the very day that Goodman was killed. Oh, I didn't read that crap. They had that to much later games. Oh, I see. So I suspected. SL9 isn't over, not yet. You tell us more about SL9. She does not want to tell us more about SL9. Okay, I'm gonna... How do I... Alright, wait, I have a question. How do I do the... Court record... Spray. Spray everything! Thank goodness we don't run out of this stuff. I like that I can just run around spraying everything with this. Oh, hey, there we go. Why is there blood on the phone? Blood on the phone. This blood must be from when Lana... No, my sister isn't the murderer. She did call you, didn't she? At the time of the crime. And her right hand is bandaged. Hey, just whose side are you on? This has nothing to do with taking sides. So this means that Lana's hand had blood on it. This just keeps getting worse. Talk. Are you gonna talk about... Just pour the luminol into a humidifier, why don't you? Just put it in a humidifier, just turn it on and leave it for 10 minutes. Let's see. Can I move anywhere else? I can. Very cool. I can't talk to anyone... I can't talk to her about... well, she won't tell me more about SL9, so what do I... I'm just gonna go for somewhere else for now. Let me go see if anyone else is around. Looks like Miss Guy isn't questioning. Hope the detectives aren't yelling at her. How did you kill him in 2 places at the same time? Can you imagine? How's she supposed to answer that? Wait a second. Didn't Mr. Gant say they had arrested a suspect in the police department murder? Oh, I see. If we replace the air with luminol, we could solve any murder. We just need gas masks. It's totally fine. I'm sure it'll be fine. It will definitely work. Everyone looks deadly serious here. Well, there was a vicious murder of a detective down at the police department. Yes, but that same detective was also killed at the same time in the prosecutor's lot. It makes my head hurt. First things first, let's go check out the police department crime scene. It's not dead set on investigating, but don't wind up or we could end up dead. I doubt anyone wants more mysteries of dead bodies around here right now. But it doesn't look like anyone's gonna help us much either. I see. Must be the chief of detectives. He's glued to his computer screen. What? Detective killed in the evidence room? Tell no one outside of the police department. No! Told that old lady at the restaurant everything. Someone's getting a demotion. He's gonna be replaced in the next game, isn't he? He's just gonna get replaced. Let's see. Move. Police department entrance. It's even busier here today than it was yesterday. The detectives are running around so fast they're blurring. So it doesn't make sense. The detective did get killed here after all. So the evidence room, the scene of the crime. According to the pamphlet we got at the front desk, here it is. Just like a kid at the amusement park. Oh, a real crime scene. Let's go take a look. I don't think we want to, but we're gonna go look. Let's go see what happened. You've got to be kidding me. I know whose desk this is. So the decor of this place is very eccentric. He has an actual cactus and a fake cactus in one spot. According to the pamphlet, this is the guard station for the evidence room. But so beyond that door is the evidence room, the scene of the crime. Sure seems that way. Oh, it's those cacti. They're so prickly, so opposing. It's hard to think straight. Can't handle the cacti. Stay out of the desert. What I want to know is if this is a guard station, where's the guard? I have a feeling I know who he is already. Cactus. Why does he have a shot glass? He has a shot glass here. Yeah, if these are prickly, they must be the real deal. Would think just one big one would be sufficient. These cacti are a lot like my sister, actually. How so? Encased in a cold, rigid shell with spines pointing in every direction, just like her. I'm not so sure I see the resemblance. It's more like an attitude than a physical similarity. What? Man's running his own cactus farm. Why does he have so many cacti? He has a lot of cacti here. This is impressive, but kind of concerning. Security guard uniform hanging here. Looks more like a costume than a uniform, honestly. Leather jacket, leather pants, a leather... What's that called again? A punchy? A pinchy? A poochie. It's a poncho. Wait, maybe that wasn't it. It's a poncho, but I think I'll keep that information to myself for the time being. Why does he have so much alcohol in the guard station? Try using the luminol on this place. I'm gonna spray everything. There's a light blinking below the monitor. It says recording. Bet we could use this computer to check who went in and out of there. Probably should. Probably would be a good idea too. This swinging door makes this place look like some kind of saloon. Well, look, it's nailed shut. You can't get in that way. Of course not. If you went through here, the cactus would fall over. Ouch. Today be more of a yarg myself. The cacti. Yes, I just realized the other cacti that are there. What the heck? Why is he growing so many cacti? Texas. In Texas. So this looks... I'm so confused by this place. Luminol. I didn't mean to do this, but I do want to do this for a few seconds. I do want to do this. All right, my spinning has been... I've spun it enough. Thank you. Can I spray? This is exactly what I would do as a kid. I would just go like... Just rapid mash the button. It's like Power Wash Sim. I was watching a streamer that I saw. What? As someone who grows real cacti, the fact there's no grow lamp for them and that they have a hat on them makes me sad. These cacti are not being treated well. They need to be... You got a reaction. There's clearly blood around the spines here. This room's pretty messy. Someone must have tripped over something and planted their head right in these spines. I think that might be more painful than being murdered. Is there more? Do the cacti have more? Do they have secrets? Anything is a dildo if you're brave enough. You're not wrong, but you're also very much not right. You're logically right, morally wrong. If I'm being entirely honest. Wait, can I... Wait, examine. Can I go inside? Can I enter within? I wish to enter within. The evidence room is beyond that door. Let's just walk in. Won't open. Thought it'd be open. I think we need someone's permission to go in there first. Alright, so we're gonna have to go talk to somebody then. Anything is edible once. Also true. Not great life advice, but technically... Well, technically true. Not something that you'd hope for. Must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself. I know. The killer used dry ice. If you put it between the latch and the door, the room can be sealed shut. This is good. I'll win a writer's award for sure. He's not writing a report. He's writing a novel. I don't know if that's true, though, but... Intriguing. Detention center. Move. Parking lot. How do I get you to talk about SL9? Here, a phone. Let's see if it works. Hey, don't touch stuff we don't need to be touching. Can't hear anything. My ears. No, it's my ears. Maybe it's due to the barometric pressure. What did you just say? See, you can hear just fine. The phone's just broke. The phone's not broke, just broken. Let's see. Maybe I could check the muffler? This rope, is it? Yep. They laid out the outline of the victim. So wait, the victim must have died when the killer closed the trunk on him. Okay, alright, none of this is... Okay, this is all old information. It's a fun Easter egg. I do find it interesting that they have that there in the first place. Just that they have that as a thing. Okay, so SL9 incident, SL9. So we have the SL9 stuff. Ow. As I suspected, SL9 isn't over, not yet. Do you think you can tell us more about SL9? How come I can't get her to tell more about SL9? If you think about it, I could have taken that picture from the guard room, but even I get flustered sometimes. So you went straight to the scene of the crime. I rushed towards the chain link fence in an effort to stop the murder. That's when I took this photo, yes. In other words, 5 minutes after the crime. Those 5 minutes are the whole problem. The hole in my testimony, as it were. 5 minutes weren't the problem, Miss Star. Your lying was the problem. Listen, little girl, I've had my testimony disregarded before, and I wasn't going to have it disregarded again. Just like that time. That time. Can she tell me more about SL9? Because I want to know what's happened. I'd like to know what happened. Also, I guess this. Could you take a look at this? You, yes? You said you wanted some hot tea, right? No, but thanks. She didn't even look at it. You must have to brew the leaves to get a rich flavor like this. We pre-infused the... Oh yeah, we've seen this before. The leaves. Only I'm smelling it's a waste of time. Can you tell me about SL9? Thank you. I was about to say, please tell me about SL9. That incident really opened my eyes to the truth. We're nothing to them, disposable. Disposable to who? 2 years ago is the biggest case I'd ever handled. Oh, this is cool. We have Goodman. Oh, that's cool. They all look cool. I don't know. They actually look like an interesting team when you have the 3 of them there like that. Police and the prosecutors were desperate for decisive evidence, so they didn't solve it. On the contrary, it was solved quite cleanly. The criminals caught and executed. Executed? What did he do? What was he? Yes, the criminal got what was coming to him. It doesn't get any cleaner than that. The only problem was they never did find decisive evidence, not a shred. What? But the criminal was executed, right? On the basis of evidence of a sort. Made up evidence. What? You mean they executed someone with fabricated evidence? The best part came several months after the trial. Every detective involved with the case was dealt with. Some were demoted to the patrolman, others found themselves out of a job. And you were one of those. Myself and one other person you know well. Wait, could it be... Exactly. Detective Jake Marshall. Oops, I mean, police department security detail officer Jake Marshall. Oh, I see. That's probably why Marshall is not very happy about this life. As professional detectives, we investigated that case from every angle. Jake was particularly determined, and then it was over and he was demoted. However, he hasn't forgotten, and neither have I. You haven't forgotten SL9? There was another side to that case, a hidden side. That's what we're after now, and no one in their fancy offices can stop us. Wait, those lunches you sell. There is only one reason I come to sell lunches in this accursed office. I come here to meet old friends, boyfriends that can help me investigate. Miss Star's old boyfriends. How many does she have anyway? Just when all the detectives on SL9 have disappeared, we find new evidence. There has to be a connection. So, rookie. What? Seems you're serious about investigating this case. Yes. Then you should take this. A Salisbury steak lunch. I know a certain guy who might help you if you tempt him with this treat. Ah, we gotta give it to Marshall, I see. Miss Star. Officer Marshall, is he your, are you going out? Wow, it's really high school language there, huh? If you use the phrase going out as your way of are you dating, you're definitely still in high school. And it's fine, but it's an interesting piece of information. Why do you want to know? She may have a higher body count than the murderer, if you know what I mean. I would not shame her for it, but I do, damn. I was just wondering what happened to him. A long time ago when he was helping my sister do cases, he was so nice. He got along so well with my sister, it made me jealous, and he was nice to me back then too. That would be when Officer Marshall was a detective. But now, he's so cold. Jake and I are merely cooperating on this investigation. We're putting the past to rest, as it were. Nothing more than that. I see. Thank you. Officer Jake Marshall. Alright. Well, I imagine now if we go back to the police department. Oh, we can go talk to Edgeworth now. Amazing. Oh, this place is as classy today as it was yesterday. It'll be just as classy tomorrow, Emma. Incidentally, Edgeworth's not here. Sure, he's off doing important investigations. I hope that's what he's doing. Guess I'll have to come back. I am fine with this, but it's interesting that we have this available now. Okay, cool. Up to the police department. What? This place is charged with frantic energy as always. Please. Huh? Wasn't that... One steak lunch, please. Oh, it's you. Head to Gumshoe. Now's not the time for chit-chat, pal. I'm a busy man. But I really need a steak lunch from Lunchland. Oh, you mean one of these? Actually, it's not for sale. Aw, sorry, buddy. I think I just heard the sound of his heart breaking. Now's no time for despair. We've caught our criminal, now we just need evidence. The criminal? You mean... You heard about the stabbing in the police department evidence room, right, pal? Yeah, I slapped the desk really hard and talked about it. Do you think there's handprints that are like indented into the tables at the courthouse because of how many times they slap it? Because we slap that thing a lot. Do you think we've left marks? Another detective was killed at the police department. And the perpetrator, do you have a suspect? There was a suspect, just arrested him, yep. We gotta talk about what's going on here. It's the biggest scandal that hit the station in ages. Everything's topsy-turvy. But Detective Gumshoe, who was it? Listen, pal, all I know is I need me a steak lunch pronto. Staying around here isn't gonna fill my belly. Like a Shaolin monk temple? Kinda. If you want to know more, head on down to the detention center, pal. Questioning should be over, and I figure he's down there having a good cry. Later. He ran off to the evidence room. Well, this investigation is off to a running start. Alright, I'm gonna go down to the guard station first. Oh, he's not here yet. I guess I have to... I actually guess I do have to go over to... Let's go to offices. Move. Detention center. Okay, who is this man? Still, I do feel better about things a little. I mean, they caught the person who stabbed Detective Goodman, didn't they? Yeah, I guess they did. Best to not go too far down that road right now. Things will get confusing. What was that? Sir, that's what I'm saying. Me, a perpetrator? I'd say I was the perpetrator against her. That's what I'd say. What the? Oh, hi. Greetings, sir. Wait, I know who you are. Oh, Meekins, how are you doing? Hi, Meekins. What are you doing? Wait, what are you doing in here? So you're a guard here at the detention center? No, sir. I'm not, sir. I'm a little lost patrolman, like a little lost lamb, sir. Oh, I get it. You're here to deliver a report? No, sir. How should I say this? Wait, he isn't, is he? You, Officer Meekins. You didn't, did you? Perpetrator Officer Meekins reporting, sir. What? Wait, what? Now this is an unexpected turn of it. What? He stabbed a man? Oh, his left hand is cut. Wait, what? Why is his... Wait, his left hand is bandaged. Day of the crime. Sir, I'm a patrolman with general affairs, sir. Ow. I can hear you fine, Officer Meekins. Had some business that day, sir, so I went to the evidence room. The guard station in front of this room was empty, sir. So normally there's a guard at the evidence room. That's right, sir, because the evidence is kept in the evidence room, sir. He says sir so many times. Sounds like me when I'm trying to talk to somebody. So Marshall was the security guard, and then I happened to glance at the security room monitor. That's when I saw him. A suspicious person in the evidence room. A suspicious person. Suspicious person! What on earth has he... What is this guy doing? So what happened then? After that, everything went white. I saw red, I blacked out. And then when I came to, I was here in the detention center. How long were you out? Days? This guy is having a long day. He is having the longest day possible. Might I ask what happened to your hand? There's no one to bandage me. So I did what I could to wrap it up. A bandage on his hand. Just like Miss Sky. Yet another similarity between this case and the one in the prosecutor's office. First things first, tell me how you hurt your hand. About your hand, did that happen during the course of the crime? You see, sir, don't you think you could just confess? But sir, but there was nothing I could do. Nothing you could do. Sir, to tell the truth, when it happened, when the detective pointed that knife at me, I just hollered, sir. And the next thing I knew, I was unconscious. The next thing you knew, you were, huh? Then when I opened my eyes, I was alone in the evidence room, all alone. Alone because Detective Goodman had disappeared. What? And then when I looked down, I was gushing blood from my hand, sir. I don't like the noises this guy has to keep making. Also, why does he have to have a big megaphone on his chest? Imagine how I felt. The victim's body disappeared. That's some story. I don't mean to pry, but you are the perpetrator, correct? You killed Detective Bruce Goodman in the evidence room, right? Sir, please don't look at me with a sad puppy dog eyes, sir. I really wish I didn't have to hear that sound effect every time he had to say something. You have to label me as perpetrator or victim, sir. Label me victim. I would, but you happen to be in detention, and alive and well, in fact. Oh, well, that's true, sir, but I suppose you could say that. This guy is such a dork. I love him. He's such an idiot, but he is an idiot who clearly does not know better. It's okay. Did you know the victim? Well, sir, I had to label him as a stranger or a total stranger. I'd say he leans heavily on the total stranger side. So you didn't know him. Sir, I work in a tiny department devoid of light or other creature comforts. I don't know any detectives. What is this entity? Built like an Ed, Edd n Eddy character and twice as dumb. What is this man? What is he? I feel so bad for him. It's like if Gumshoe is a golden retriever, this guy is This guy's a chihuahua. This guy he's got a brain cell for sure. Whether he got it on loan or not is irrelevant, but he does have it. If he was a total stranger, why did you stab him? I had no intention of killing him, sir, none. Nor do I have any recollection of killing him. At least someone around here is more confused than I am. Meekins could be an SCP. He feels like an SCP. I don't really know what to think about him. Officer Meekins, this is for you. Ugh, I'm scared of knives, sir. It's okay, just want you to take a look at it. That's it, sir. Last night, that's the one. I was an apple, sir, in my dream, sir, and I was being peeled. On second thought, you don't have to look at the knife. He's overacting to the knife, but I guess he's been through a lot. Just show him the knife. Officer Meekins, can you take a look at this? I'm sorry, sir. Really sorry, but I have no idea what that is. Maybe you should ask Mr. Edgeworth. He's passing the buck, Mr. Wright. Takes a special kind of man to pass the buck to Edgeworth. The brain cell is hung on that button press of the megaphone. It feels like it. This man is trying his best, truly. Alright, well, I don't think we're getting more out of Meekins, so I'm gonna leave for now. I'm gonna go see if I can't find... If I can't go find Marshall. Marshall, are you here yet? No. God bless America. Crap. Alright, I still have to get something out of Meekins then. Hang on. Crap. That does mean I'm missing something from Meekins, so I do have to talk to him and get something out of him. Can I present him... do you think you can take a look at this? Hey, that's it, sir. That's it. That's it. That's what? That my head was a blank until that very moment. Now, sir, I remember. You mean you remember what happened? Correct. That card was the cause of it all. This ID card. Exactly. It's exactly it. Why does he look like a Dragon Ball character when he does that? Nothing could be more exact. Better pry on this one a little deeper. Can I talk to him? Crime details. Okay, cool. Can you tell me what it is you do remember? You say I'm a little lost patrolman, I'm a lost lamb. I didn't know Mr. Detective Goodwin, who was in the evidence room, and that's why you thought he looked suspicious. Sir, I entered the evidence room and I asked the man to show me his ID card. Well, that sounds pretty much by the book so far. That's right. That's what I've been trying to tell you. So you asked Goodman to show you his ID card. What did he do? That's the thing. Suddenly he pointed a knife at me. Sir, I assure you I was as flustered as you are right now. So I whooped and leapt at him. Detective Goodman pointed a knife at him. Do unto others before they do unto you. My own father's words, sir. Do unto to others before they do unto you. That sounds like, if you even think they're going to jump you, jump them first. What happened then? Well, my eyes, sir, everything went white. When I awoke, I was here. Right. So why did they arrest you then? What do you mean? Well, let's look at what we know. Oh, he even has the pants that are too short. Now, Mr. Officer Meekins didn't know Detective Goodman, and the victim whom he met at the scene of the crime didn't show his ID card. In other words, we have no way of knowing if the victim was really the victim. And if this body just disappeared from the evidence room, we don't even know if anyone actually died. That's it. That's what I wanted to say. This is something... I did say something along those lines. Huh? But you still ended up here? They told me that it had to be him, sir, on that day at that time. Detective Goodman was definitely in the evidence room. That's what they said. But you don't remember the events clearly. No, but the videotape is quite clear. Oh, so the videotape is clear from the camera. My crime, the crime I swore to stamp out. It's there. It's me on tape. Okay, so you waited until now to tell us this? Sorry. I'll hand over my badge. I don't deserve it. No thanks. I have to go. We better go check out the crime scene. Okay, so now we go over to... the police office. I see. Police department, and then to the guard station. Please, Marshall, be here so I can hand you lunch. Why are you not here? Just why are you not here? My dude. Oh, wait, no, it's criminal. Well, no, it'd be guard station. Any criminal affairs? Okay. Hey, Mr. Wright, look who's standing at the chief of detective's office. It's Police Chief Gant. Hi, Gant. How are you doing? You're sure this is all, You know what it means if there's anything missing? Sir, I'm sure it's most likely totally perfect. Checked all of his drawers, under a seat cushion, behind his computer monitor, inside his personal coffee machine. He has a personal coffee machine? If anything does turn up, you call me right away. Yes, sir. Scour the place again. Chief of Detectives looks a little flustered. Righto, my boy. How you been? Swim much? Why is he obsessed with swimming? He is tan, though. He looks huge. Chief Gant, reporting for duty, sir. Why are you saluting him, Mr. Wright? Is Edgeworth going to be okay? Oh, Worthy? Oh, you know, they're doing a little inquiry committee with him. Sounds like an inquisition. Well, yep, well, they've had no end of trouble with that boy since last year. You mean the incident on Gorda Lake? Doesn't look good having a top prosecutor sit in the defendant seat, does it? And you got someone found guilty in that case, righto? Yeah, I got rid of Von Karma. I deleted him. A legend he was, undefeated in his 40-year career. But in court you fixed it so he was caught for forging evidence. Wait, I didn't do anything wrong. He did forge evidence. In any case, the prosecutor's office is in a bit of turmoil, you might say. Why, they'd do anything just to restore their reputation. Now, depending on what the inquiry committee decides, it could be bad for Worthy. What? It's downright odd, I tell you. The detective getting killed on their turf, too, I mean. They're being the prosecutors, I assume. Scientifically speaking, it's impossible. Yes, but that's what the evidence is saying. Goodman was stabbed at 2 locations at the same time. That's what it says. What evidence is this? Now, righto. I can't go give away all our secrets just like that. And this in particular, well, it's a little sensitive, and I can't talk about that. I wasn't expecting much anyway. You know, one thing I hate most of all is hiding stuff. Secrets. I can't stand them. But, you know, it's a full-on time job just keeping the chief of detectives' traps shut. He was the one you were picking on earlier. Huh? You saw that? Whoops. Wonder what it was he wanted the chief of detectives to do. See if we can kind of discreetly ask him. Could present him the... can I ask about SL9? I was wondering, can you take a look at this? Sorry, Righto, I'm through with that stuff. Through, I say. Go find the guy who can't seem to sit still out there, the busy one. The guy who can't sit still, you mean Gumshoe? Either him or the dancing blue badger. About this one. Alright, well, I can't hand him anything, so... I'm trying to... Can I have him look at anything, or... That's kind of difficult, I see. Well, thank you, Gant, for the absolutely stunning discussion. Marshall's still not here. I'm gonna take a wild guess that I have to show him something. Yep, okay, yeah, I have to do something here. There is something here that I'm missing. Yep, there is something I'm missing. I have to go back. And this is how I know I'm missing things now, is that it's like, okay, I just go in... If I can't find anything else to talk about, then there's something I'm missing. I have to present him. Or maybe I have to check the court record some more. Can I check the stake? I can check the stake. Alright. Let's see. Ingredients, meat. She must mean beef. She probably just wrote it generically. Yeah, let's hope so. Of course, as a scientist, I have to check what additives she used. Go to town, huh? It says here hours of sweat and labor. So that's why the sauce is so salty. That's disgusting. Steak. Oh, my mouth is watering. I can almost hear the sound of steak frying on the grill. No doubt it's all cold and tough by now. No, I'm sure it's delicious. Miss Star poured her heart into making this. So long as she didn't put any other organs in there. I can spin the steaks. This is truly exceptional. Alright, cool. I wanted to check it once. This is going to be too stupid. This is gonna be stupid for me to do this later. Can I present you something? Can I present you this? All right. Well, he does not care about any of this stuff. Can I present you the Blue Badger? He does not want to look at the Blue Badger. I don't really understand what this man wants. I know that I need to give him something, though, or I need to find... Either that or I need to specifically find... Hi, Meekins. I'm not very sure where else to look, then, if not in these places. So, I have to talk to Gant about something, but I don't really... I guess I could just present him everything and see what happens. My badge. Nope, he doesn't care. Question about this. Nope, he doesn't care. I do like his funny little hair thing though. The little lightning bolt on his head. I don't know, it's funny. How about the steak? Just all right, so I can't find anything to present him, and I've talked to him as much as I could, so said that I have to discreetly get him to talk about it, but I don't really know what to present him to get him to talk. He does not care. Let me try to ask you about the incident again. Goodman was stabbed 2 locations at the same time. What evidence is this? Can't give away all of our secrets. And one thing I hate most of all is hiding stuff. It's a full-time job keeping the chief of detectives trap shut. Whoops. Wonder what it was that you wanted the chief of detectives to do. Oh, ask the chief of detectives. I see. Sorry, I had to see that. Well, what exactly did the chief of police want you to do? We'll see over there. That's Goodman's desk. He wanted me to check if anything might be a clue. They took away every last piece of garbage in the trash can. So nothing belonging to Goodman is still here? Of course not. Well, except for this. What? You kept something? Sure, why not? It's not even important. You didn't even finish writing it. It's a lost item report. It's only half complete. A lost item? Detective Goodman lost to something? Date on it is February 21st. Better make a note of it just in case. Goodman's lost item report. Should really get back to investigating the crime scene. Yes, but that's more important because this feels like I need to read this. ID 5-221. Yeah, that seems important. So we're gonna go now. We can go to the. All right, so now we can go to the evidence room. I'm pretty sure. Nope. What? It says the crime scene. Is it my crime scene or their crime scene? Crap. Hold on. I feel like every now and then I get a little lost on, okay, do I have to leave from here now or can I ask Gant about it? Maybe I have to ask Gant about it? Talk. Permission to enter. Actually, I was wondering if I could ask you a favor. Well, I never thought the day would come when Wright would ask me for help. I was wondering if we could investigate the evidence room. That is... Now, Righto, that face, whenever it goes quiet and he's just staring at the screen, I don't like that. That look is just the look of somebody who's calculating what to do to you. Actually, I'm sorry, I don't need to investigate after all. Righto, please. Do I look like a selfish man, huh? Heck, if anyone asks me, sir, can I borrow $50? I give the $50, no problem. Sure, go ahead. Investigate that room to your heart's content. Knock yourself out. Just goes to show you never know until you ask. And for you here, you can borrow this. Huh? Hey, this is a detective's ID card, isn't it? That's a special card for guests, so don't lose it. Yes, sir, it's an honor. You just run along and do your best now. Later, folks. A tight smile as he stares. Yeah, it's like he is so... Looks pretty cool on my lapel, doesn't it? Like a real ID. It's that smile he has when he's calculating. He's thinking ahead 3 steps. And you know he's thinking further ahead than you could ever think. And you don't know what he's truly thinking. You just know that he's considering. He's considering something. You're not quite sure what it is he's thinking about. You just know he is. And that is far more terrifying than if he was just there, you know? It's like, oh, he's just there. And that's terrifying. Also, I'm gonna swap really quick. I need to calibrate the model. There we go. Alrighty. Whew. Alright, cool. Alright, swapping for the next hour. Oh boy, you seem happy. Yes, sir. Because, sir, we get to go down to the evidence room, sir. Think that this place is a bad influence on this girl. This place is not well for anyone, it seems. Let's see. Police office department. Yeah, we have to go around, as it were. It's a little strange. Oh crap. Alright, I had to fix something really quick. Alright. Let's move to... The music stopped again. I don't like when it does that. Okay, examine. Can I go inside now? I think I can go inside now, so that should be good. Evidence room is beyond that door. And we have the ID card from Chief Gant. Let's just walk in. Won't open. Aha, the card reader's turned off, see? What is that security guard thinking? Howdy, partners. Well, what's made by Bambina's sky is so great. Bambina. The Bambina. Hi, Officer Marshall. Why does it have to be him? Why does that have to be him look for? As he made a surmise, this here's my saloon. We're here to investigate the crime scene. Yeehaw, that card you got there on your chest. That's better than a sheriff's badge in these parts. Yeehaw? Well, what are you standing there for? Get along, little dog. It's crime scene's awaiting. Looks like the card reader's on again. While we're here, could I ask you some questions? Sorry, cowboy, but I got no mind to tangle with you hombres. You're busy then? Did I say that? I only said I didn't wish to speak with you. Actually, you said you had no mind to tangle with us hombres. Well, how about this? That smell. Ah, reminds me of Texas. Texas. Officer Marshall, you're from Texas? No, I just saw a special on the television from the other day. Is this for my baby? Yes, Miss Starr. What's this? What? What's wrong? Fine steak lunch. I see. I see. I don't see. I wonder what it means. Steak lunch given to Marshall. All right, Bambina, you win. Ask. Okay, yeah, he is, and we can ask him anything. Seems like he's willing to talk. Oh, badge. I have entertained the badge. Let's see. Guard station. We'll start from the top. You're in charge of security for the evidence room, right? You good eyes, partner. It's an easy job, and I'm grateful for it. Actually, officer Sir Meekins at the detention center told us. Oh, that poor little doggy. Poor guy. I keep getting his name wrong. Call him Meekly. He told us something. He said that when the stabbing occurred, you weren't at your station. Well, maybe I shouldn't be telling you this, but since I got demoted from detective 2 years ago, well, it might not look it, but I lost my fire for the job, you know? So, what were you doing around 5:15 when the murder took place? Well, I reckon I was galloping down the highway on the back of my steed, Zippy. No, he was riding down the highway on a horse called Zippy. There's no need for people here anyhow. These newfangled machines do a bang-up job of keeping an eye on the place. You mean the security camera system? I don't take the machines much. I don't think you take to actual shaving utensils either. You're cutting your beard with a knife. I've tried it once. It is not easy or fun to try and cut your beard with a knife. In fact, it's really annoying. Kind of like that stewed broccoli they sneak in next to your steak, you know? Miss Starr told us something. She said you were a detective until 2 years ago. It was always my dream to be a rawhide wrangler on the scene of the crime. It's all gone now, like a drinking hole in a prairie fire. You're still investigating the SL9 incident with Miss Starr, aren't you? That was my case. It's all solved on the record books, but smells like a bad game of poker. This guy's analogies are hilarious. That's all there is to it. What kind of case was it anyway? We've heard the name so many times, no one tells us what actually happened. There's some things you're better not knowing, Bambino. And that case is officially dead as of 2 years ago. 2 days ago, the day of our case. It's right, the evidence transferals. Edgeworth was talking about the transferals too. So DL6 and SL9 happened at the same time. Can you explain this whole transferal thing is about? We only keep evidence from solved cases in this room. They're kept here under the presiding detective's supervision for 2 years, so we can reinvestigate them if it turns out there was a mistake, right? So what happens to the evidence after 2 years? He goes to sleep forever in the underground vault at the county sheriff's department. That's why we call it transferal. We do it every February. I see now. Transferal is like a funeral for old cases. 2 years after a case is closed, it's dead. It's closed forever, dead. Never to be reopened again. Never to be reinvestigated. And that happened to SL9 2 days ago. Oh, so 2 days ago when the murder happened, the transferal was going down. I see. I know what maybe 2 of the machines in here do. Only 2 of them. There must be a dozen. Like I said, Bambita, me and machines, well, I like them about as much as I like stewed cauliflower with my steaks. The easiest ones to understand are these here security cameras. Those are the ones Meekins mentioned. Yep. If nothing happens, the tapes are automatically erased every few hours. And Officer Meekins and Detective Goodman, are they on one of the tapes? I reckon they might be. The security guard, you reckon? One more thing. When you go into the evidence room, you need an ID card. Thus the card reader by the door. The card reader leaves a record of every ID card that passes through. Oh, so do we have the record? We have one for Goodman. Okay, that's good. So this is the ID record. Hey, I've seen that somewhere before. Sorry, Bambina, I can't show you more than that. Huh? Haven't heard whether this is related to the case yet. Mr. Wright, I saw a number on the record just now. I've seen that number before. I actually know I can. I can present him the ID card. See this? This is the victim's ID card. Oh, that one was on the ground in the parking lot. The number on it is 584-2189. Officer Marshall, show us that ID card record again. Yeah, so there's why is one all 7s? Holy crap. That guy's got 7s. My model's going nuts. I apologize. Ugh, model's going nuts. Hang on. I'm gonna... Alrighty, there we go. I have to fix stuff a lot. Look at the 4th number. It's a perfect match. It's used at 5:14 right before the stabbing. What's more, there's only one of them cards in the world. So when the incident occurred, Detective Goodman was in the evidence room. But wait, what did Officer Meekins say? Sorry, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to display his ID card. So yes, Detective Goodman shows ID card. What did he do? That's the thing. Suddenly he pointed a knife at me. If he had his ID card, then why would he have pointed a knife at Officer Meekins? All right, compadre, you win. Guess I can give you this here ID card record. All right, so that's pretty good. I've got an idea. Maybe I should show this the list to other people with IDs here. Oh, so show it to Gant and show it to some of the other people? I see. Let's see. I'm gonna present it again. Sheriff's back at the Wild West didn't place much faith in evidence. About the only thing they trusted was their shooting hand. This is neither Wild nor West here. But that and this are two different things entirely. I guess so? Huh, I'm lost. Looks like we need more evidence to get anywhere with this guy. Shit, okay, well, he's just doing evidence. He's just weird about evidence. All right, well, maybe I'll just go into the evidence room. I'm gonna go take a look. Oh. Yeah, gotta stretch a little bit. Alrighty, let's see what we got. It's quiet. The investigation must be over here. So this is the evidence room. It's kind of like a graveyard. Graveyard's supposed to have trash and grease. This feels more like a morgue. Nice try, Mr. Wright. You can't scare me. Oh, hey, Gumshoe. What are you doing inside of here? Ugh. Whoa. Did I get slapped or something? I got slapped, didn't I? Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I wouldn't recommend going out smacking ghosts on the head, pal. So is it true what I heard? Right, please, don't yourself, man. Heck, if someone asks me, sir, can I borrow the $50? Investigate the room to your heart's content. Yeah, it's true. So, Chief, please Gant, will loan anyone $50? Even me! $50. So that's what you're talking about. Actually, I was put in charge of the investigation for today. Just for today. Boss for a day. But guess what? You got permission from the Chief, so now you're boss for a day. First of all, you'll want to have this. Evidence room floor plans, I see. Boss for a day. So, Detective Gumshoe, you're boss for the day? That's right. It's an honor. After all, the murder took place right here in the police department. Well, if you're boss, why are you all alone? Where are your underlings? They're using yesterday's findings to prepare for tomorrow's trial. In other words, you got kicked out of the investigation again. Aw. I'm adamant, though. I'm gonna take control, put this case to rest. In my own evidence locker, pal. You have a locker near too, Gumshoe? Ah, of course, I'm a detective after all. They gave me a locker that only I can open, pal. Only you can open? Wait, so the evidence lockers are... This place is more high-tech than you think. Every locker's fixed, so only one detective can open it. Using their ID card? Well, that's the thing, pal. ID cards can be lost. I'm on my third card since entering the force already. Sounds like a lot. Yeah, but I can't even lose... Even I can't lose my own right hand. Oh, so it's your fingerprint. The lock for each locker is coded with a fingerprint. So the only locker we can open is our own. Funny, they look like normal lockers. These are the latest models. There's a trick to the handles, see? The handles? On the other side of the handles is a sensor. If the wrong person touches it, it zaps them. Gives them a shock? So if that happened, my hands would be black split smoking every day. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force who don't know about the fingerprint locks. I see. So if Goodman's locker is open, then... Why do my eyes keep going weird? Eyes are doing... You know, I'm swapping models. I'm going back. I keep looking over at it, and it's doing weird. It keeps doing weird stuff, so it keeps distracting me. I'm gonna just turn that off for now. Just for now. Always believe Mr. Edgeworth no matter what happens. So he's getting inquired right now. I see. What it? Try to drink some water. Yeah, apologies. But the SL9 incident was the beginning of the end for Edgeworth? Present. Question. Detective Goods' knife with the switchblade. I bet Edgeworth is most surprised of anyone because of the SL9 connection. That was Mr. Edgeworth's first big case, you know, 2 years ago. That was the first time the world knew Edgeworth as a man to be feared. But why would evidence from that case turn up now? I guess it's not over, pal. Maybe there are some loose ends left on that case. Maybe somebody who wanted revenge. Can you take a look at this? This is the ID card record of the people who came in on the day of the stabbing. I heard the rumors, so it was Goodman who came in here all the time. Whoa. What is it? That second number. It's not your ID number, is it, Gumshoe? Mr. Edgeworth. What? The second number on the list belongs to Mr. Edgeworth. What? Wait, the second number is Edgeworth's. Why would Edgeworth have come to the evidence room? What? I'm gonna... Do you know this? Let me just say, while they speak as detective, if I see a piece of evidence that I don't know nothing about, I say nothing. It's fine. You bet it's fine, pal. Let's see. Do you know anything about... Anything about this? That's the victim, Detective Goodman, bleh, Detective Goodman's ID card. These days, everything's cards and secret numbers. I can never relax. It's only because you lose your card. I always forget my secret number too. Scary, huh? My face should be ID enough. What's the world coming to? Detective Gumshoe. Rebel against the system, truly. Blech. Kind of a little bit frazzled. Still. I think I'm still trying to relax, even now, just from today. I've been... My nerves got shot from 0 to 100 because I was... Oh, boy. I don't think there's much that can replace when you get the A-OK from, you know, a large entity. Oh man, Red Genie's on Steam now. that's still, even saying so makes me feel bizarre, you know? It's like, it's not the same as, oh, I was working on it for, you know, I was working on it at home and I was just sitting there with it. No, now it's on Steam and it's available for people to look at and to pre-order and to get. People can now get it. That's wild to me. I'm gonna slide and take a look. Someone will have to glove here, but only one. Detective Gumshoe, maybe? There you go, pal. Make me out to be some kind of absent-minded detective. That's evidence from the case, you know. I mean, SL9. Does have a tag on it. Rubber glove added to the court record. Okay. The court record is very stacked in this particular case, too. Someone must have broken something big to make all these pieces. Detective Gumshoe. There you go, pal. Making me out some kind of hooligan. That's apparently from the case. The case. The SL9 incident, pal. See the sticker on the back of one of the pieces here? I'm gonna take a closer look. I wonder what shape the pieces were in before whatever it was broke. You want to try and put it back together? Ah, good luck, pal. That's no job for amateurs. Well, I spent a good 3 hours on that before I had to give up. So I always carry around a tub of glue. This looks like the bottom. Let's try putting the rest in place. Oh, cool. So we get to do more DS mechanics. Your nerves now give you the perfect excuse to promote anytime. Yeah, seriously. You know what it also feels like too is with I think it's until August, I'm going to be nervous as heck because I'm going to be doing a lot of stuff for it, but it's just... Jeez. Let's see. What are we looking at? It is rather nerve-wracking, though, for me. What am I looking at? It does give me an excuse to promote, though. It is pretty good. It's good on that front, but it is still quite... It's just quite a jump for me, you know? Oh, man. I think what happened was that when I saw it on Steam today, it became real. You know, it's like I worked... You know, when you work on a project for so long, and then you see it actually out there in front of people... That's what it was when I got my first book in my hands, right? When Valhalla Station was put in my hands. You know, my music albums never had that yet. And then when I got that book, it was, oh, this is real. You could hold this thing. This is a very tangible and real thing. And with Red Genie, it's like, okay, your game is now in the same store as Portal and Counter-Strike and all of the contemporaries that you've looked up to. It's now among them in that space. And that, to me, is both astounding and terrifying. Okay, so that's the top. This is also part of the top. My brain's trying to rack together what I'm looking at. Okay, so this is part of the top. This is part of the side, I think. Yeah, I think this goes like this. I can see why it took him 3 hours to get this to work. Holy crap. Nope. No. Yes? No. But I think it's really the nature of it. The nature of the project really does change how it feels when it goes out. And this is the biggest thing I've done, so it's... Oh, jeez. Just, then my nerves are certainly up there, you know? It's like, oh, geez. I wish I understood what I was trying to do. no use. These pieces just don't add up to anything. Maybe some of the pieces are missing. Maybe I'll give it another shot later. Wow, someone must have broken something big to make all these pieces. Okay, so SL9. Okay, so... Yeah, alright, so I didn't find any new pieces. Crap. I didn't find any new pieces. Yeah, none of the pieces fit the bottom there, do they? Not to my knowledge. I am going to promote the game at pretty much at least once a stream. I'll probably mention that Red Genie's coming out. I will probably mention it once a stream. I don't want to like, I definitely don't want to like slam people with it. It's more like okay, hey, here's like, I think I'm gonna save it for the end of stream probably when I can, as much as possible. But I'll probably try to do it in other places too. But we'll see. We'll see. It's not my. It's. I'm trying my best to make it so streams I worry less about it. You know, just okay, I can worry a little bit less. I can relax a little. I can drop my guard. I can just sit. Okay, yeah, I don't know what to do with this. I'll need to look in the... Perhaps I need to look in the locker. Let's see. Examine. Maybe I could check the... Look, this one's open and the red indicator light above it is lit. That locker is coated with Detective Goodman's fingerprint. So this is his locker. Are you sure it's okay to leave it open like that? Well, it'd be hard to get it open again if we closed it. It's empty. They must have taken the contents somewhere else. Paint. Let me see. I had to check something really quick. Wah. There we go. There we go. Fixed. There we are. Oh boy, what's the song Paint doing here? Since the dawn of time, true art has been a war against oppression. True art. Notice that there's blue and yellow paint here. Perhaps we're witnessing the birthplace of the Blue Badger. Well, you might say this is my studio. Here in the evidence room? Was he working on that in here, really? That's wild. Oh, handprint. What the blood? Definitely a handprint here. Someone tried to wipe it off. Mr. Wright, what if there are other bloodstains left in the room? We should use our testing fluid to figure that out. Yes. We can use the Lumisol to find the bloodstains. Oh my god, the evidence is crazy. Okay, so we found the handprint and we were able to... This is someone's right handprint. What? What's the matter, detective? This locker, it's mine. It's yours, please. You have to help me when they come take me away. Promise you'll testify that I wouldn't harm a fly. Yes, but what if there are other bloodstains in the room? Very true. Don't worry. You're a detective. Don't worry. We're gonna spam at wool. Why is there a giant bloodstain on that side of the room? This must have been one massive pool of blood. Never seen anything like it. I'm not professional. What's your opinion, detective? Pale blue blood. Maybe Detective Goodman was actually an alien. Also, Viceroy, how's it going today? So it proves that something really happened in front of the locker. I'll make a note of it on the floor plans. Hey, if you didn't want my opinion, you shouldn't have asked. How's it going today? Whew. Just trying to hide my bloodstains in the room. Truly. What the? Another bloodstain. This looks like right-handed or left right hand. Why am I getting a reaction here? There's no reason for the murderer to touch this spot if he fled out the door. This just might be something significant. Hey, that's some pretty amazing stuff you got there, pal. What, this? It's called luminol testing fluid. Where'd you get your hands on that? Huh? I'd like to get some too. I'll just borrow 50 bucks from the chief. Where did you get this, Emma? I always buy it by mail order. Well, I'd better jot this down on the floor plans. I see. Just order it on through the mail, I guess. Wee. Okay, I think we got everything we can from that. Perhaps. Examine. So who's something sticking out of here? It looks like a shirt. It must be evidence for some case. I wonder if Detective Gumshoe put this here. There you go, pal. Make me out some kind of slob. Not evidence for there's evidence here. That said, I bet that evidence locker was open recently. How do you know? If you leave things out like the evidence like that, the evidence gets dirty or ripped. The guard checks down that kind of stuff and notifies the detective responsible. How many times have I had him breathing down my neck over some silly evidence? Looks like Detective Gumshoe leaves evidence hanging out a lot too, but he doesn't tuck his shirt under that trench coat either. If you're going to talk behind someone's back, don't do it right in front of them, pal. Aw, poor guy. Poor guy. Not so sure about the dreams. Won't open. Did you really think it would? Hey, pal, our security's high-tech around here. Wait, is that his fishing rod? Oh, some kind of bulky equipment's gathering dust here. What a sorry-looking fishing pole that was. Ah, it's my personal pole. Never did get around to using it. Wait, I've seen this somewhere before. Right, pal? That's the metal detector, the one that led to the solving of the case out on Gore Lake, right? All right. Wow, feels like ages ago. And I don't think I've seen this one before. Oh, that. It's a bug sweeper. Should have come in handy in solving some case sooner or later. That cheap-looking box? Can't judge a person or a machine by the cover. You gotta look at their heart. Oh man, I love him. Thank you, Gumshoe, for being an absolute national treasure. Okay, so what was being hidden here? I guess I could try again and try and put it back together. So let's try it again. I might be able to get it this time, maybe. I don't know. Maybe I can get it now that my brain is working. Let's see. Maybe my brain wasn't working enough. Wonder what it wants from this. This is a very weird puzzle. I feel like the trouble is that you're supposed to drag it together, so because I can't drag things around, I don't really have I can't really have that tactile response of, okay, yeah, I can pull the pieces together and try and put it together that way. Oh, jeez. I did not realize how big that was. Okay, never mind. Nope, but getting closer. Brain, work with me here a little bit. This is so weird. It's so weird. It's such a weird puzzle because my brain actually has to take this in and actually start working. Let's see. No. Yes? No. Yes. Yes. Okay, we piece it together. My god, my brain. Why is this actually causing my brain to just have to struggle? How big was this thing? Very strange. Very fascinated by how big this thing must have been. Oh. Oh, and then it's this piece, of course. There we go. This piece? This piece. The piece. What horrible piece of home decor is this? The giant hole here. The giant hole. Huh? Well, I think we did it, but some of the pieces are missing. Yeah, I got that far too in 2 minutes myself. The problem is finishing it. Were some pieces stolen? But they're missing to begin with. Still, doesn't look like the most stable kind of jar. Yeah, it looks kind of stupid. This thing looks like a murder weapon. Unstable jar. A piece is missing. I see. So we were able to locate the really stupid looking jar. Now that was a bloody violent case. Violent, so it was a murder. A serial killing. Maybe I don't want to get involved in this after all. But the killer made a mistake and Mr. Edgeworth built his case around that to nab him. And this was 2 years ago. That put Mr. Edgeworth right in the spotlight and started the rumor mill. Rumors about forged evidence. Supposed to be all cleaned up with the transferal the other day. It was the last job he ever did. Detective Goodman, that is. Huh? What do you mean? Detective Goodman was the detective in charge of SL9, you see? So that switchblade knife, the victim took the knife out of the locker himself. Hey, pal, look at the time. What's the song you need to be going to? Just that Mr. Edgeworth's inquiry committee should be letting out soon. I'm gonna give him my report for the... What is that? It might help, you know. Report? You mean the note written on the back of that flyer? The one that says nothing but no problems? Hey, it's Mr. Edgeworth we're talking about. I'm sure he can use a report like this. Believe in him. Who needs enemies when you've got friends like Detective Gumshoe? I'm off, pal. See you later. Oh, well, later, Gumshoe. Should probably see what Edgeworth has to say as well. Alright, let's go talk to Edgeworth. Hi, Marshall. Just, hi, Marshall. How are you doing? Imagine if you had a song that played every time you someone looked at you. Much like how when we enter a room, something like this happens where, here's your music. Do you think it would be annoying that you had to hear it every time, or do you think it'd be really fun that every time you had a theme, you had a little motif? All right, let me see if I can get the model working so I can use it a little bit today. All right, let's see. There we go. Oh, the bellboy. My guess, apologies. Oh, it's you. Have we met somewhere? Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, I beg your pardon. Leave. So long. Why are you in here? Is Edgeworth here? There, standing by the teacup, by the window, a teacup in his hand. Right. He has the hotel bring him tea service? He does? That's crazy. Mr. Edgeworth, you're back from the district prosecutor's office inquiry? I am. By the way, Detective Gumshoe was looking for you. Ah, yes. He brought me the latest information, it seems. Really? Was it helpful? Apparently, a new French restaurant is opening near here. Think he was trying to console me somehow. The real info's on the other side, Edgeworth. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I think this whole thing is really taking a toll on him. I feel bad for Edgeworth, but also... Man. How did the inquiry committee go? Actually, they decided to treat this not as a case of concealing evidence, but as a communications error during the investigation. Concealing evidence? Yes, apparently there were some who believe that I concealed evidence. They gave me a warning. You're lucky this time again. Again? I've heard them say that so many times, ever since that case 2 years ago. Are you okay for the trial tomorrow? Well, I'm still the presiding prosecuting attorney, however. Something happened. They gave control of the investigation over to the police department. Ah, I see. The people who had the crime happen. Any further investigation for this case will be directed by the chief of police, Gant. I can do nothing but wait for his results. I see. Well, I ask you, why? All along, I've done only what I believe is right. I have nothing to be ashamed of, but still. I've never seen him this far out of sorts. I'm gonna present him... Hey, do you know about this? Right, please. I'm the prosecutor on this case. You don't expect me to sit here and discuss the case with you over a cup of tea. I'll pass on the tea. Just tell me about the case. Mr. Wright, Mr. Edgeworth just told you no in a very polite manner. Maybe I just show him the best evidence I can get a reaction out of him. Oh, this thing. All right, I better check this now. So saying What's this? A record of ID cards usage? Edgeworth, you went to the evidence room that day, didn't you? Just before the incident occurred, no less. Yes, that's true. Why, Mr. Edgeworth? Please don't look at me like that. I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. The chief of police? He wanted evidence for a case that was wrapped up half a year ago. He told me he wanted to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. But it was solved, right? It would have to be if the evidence was already filed. The chief is never one to explain himself. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. Can I ask what kind of case it was? I can't say. It really has nothing to do with the current case. Now I'm curious about this other case. I better make a note of it. Stubborn as always. I told you this has nothing to do with the current case. Oh, well. Alright, well, he does not want to talk, I see. This is unfortunate. I'm just looking through, I'm like, alright, I'm gonna take a look at what we got here. Can you tell me about SL9? No. It all has to do with the case you were on, SL9, and some dark suspicion you were wrapped up in. You are the man who revived the worst memory of my life. I figured I'd be telling you about this sooner or later. You must be talking about his father's murder in the elevator. Okay, Edgeworth, why don't you tell me about it? Tell me the truth. Talk. Allegations of forgery. The SL9 incident was a heinous serial killing case. Oh, I see. That's lovely. The head of the investigation was the deputy chief of police at the time, Damon Gant. That wacky old coup was involved in the case 2 years ago, too, then. He was a top officer, and it was my first time working with him. I was nervous. You get nervous too, Mr. Edgeworth? What I want to know is why was the deputy chief of police on the investigation? In truth, I used slightly more extreme methods than normal. You're dealing with a vicious murder. If I let him go, the blood would be on my hands. We won our guilty verdict and the killer was executed. Wait, you didn't? Of course not. I didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I will do anything in my power to win a trial. However, I do have a code and I follow it faithfully. This retroactively makes Edgeworth really interesting as a character when you see him working like this. By the way, Emma, the chief prosecutor wanted to know something. If you were still studying forensic science, huh? Yes, of course. Just today, Mr. Wright and I were using this. Luminol testing fluid. Well then, you might have use for this. Aluminum powder for taking fingerprints. It's been chemically tested for better adhesion. For me, well, are you sure? We are the enemy after all. I have no say in today's investigation. Do as you will. Edgeworth, no need to thank me. Here, take your powder and these fingerprint files for everyone involved. Thanks. How about giving these to Gumshoe as well? Yeah, seriously, wait, why doesn't Gumshoe have this stuff? Okay, so we can go compare fingerprints to stuff. Do you seem to remember seeing a suspicious handprint somewhere? We have 2, actually, so we can go look at both of them. Alright, thank you, Edgeworth. I'm going to take this, and I'm going to solve the case. And probably end up showing evidence to the wrong person, and have to deal with that as a whole mess. Uh-oh. Our investigation turned to a suspicious handprint. Here, in the blood of on the detective's office locker. Blech. Let's see what we got. Right, let's choose a finger. Each finger leaves a slightly different imprint, so let's choose the finger that'll have left behind the clearest imprint. Quit procrastinating and choose a finger. Let's see, this one. Okay, now it's time to check for prints. Let me show you how it's done. Emma's getting that sparkle in her eye. Aw. You sprinkle the aluminum powder. The A button. Ah, looks like that did the trick. The aluminum powder adheres completely to the print. Once the powder is well spread, just blow away the excess. Why did I do that? With the X button. Imagine. Oh, so they got rid of the microphone the DS had by making it a button press. I see. It's fine. It won't go up your nose or anything. You just pour the powder on thick and blow away the extra. Oh. I like that you would blow into the mic on the DS. Yes. Which is very cool. I think that's they did a really good job of implementing the DS mechanics even without the microphone and the touchscreen. I think they did a good job of actually transferring these. Now you mentioned, I guess, doesn't. What does it mean? I think it means we're out of luck. Out of luck. The person who left this fingerprint must have worn gloves. Don't tell me we've been wasting our time here. Hey, calm down. That's just the way it goes sometimes with scientific investigations, but it does seem a shame. While we're at it, why don't we look for other prints? Seems there are fingerprints outside the bloody handprint. Yeah, it's right there. Here it is. Handprint. I also like that you can just do this, like... Whoosh. Look at that. It's actually very cool. I did actually do this in forensics class where in my high school, I actually took a forensics class because we just had that as an option. I remember we didn't use real blood. We used like a fake blood thing, but we did blood splatters as one lab and we did fingerprints as another. And it's very cool. It is very cool to do the testing for that kind of stuff. Print took a lot of effort to find. Let's match it up right away. So we're not done yet. It's quite a process. There's no point in finding a fingerprint and not knowing who the owner is, right? I guess she's right. All right, so who does this fingerprint belong to? Point to the person you think left the prints. How am I supposed to know who it was? I can make a pretty good guess. The bloody handprint and the fingerprints are in different places, right? That means the prints probably don't have anything to do with our case. So whose fingerprints would we most likely find on this evidence locker? Ooh. Oh, that's cool. We have a bunch of people. Oh, we have a bunch of fingerprints on record. I see. It's Gumshoe's. It's Gumshoe's fingerprint. I see. Oh, that UI is very clean. I like that a lot. That's very cool. Match found. It's Gumshoe. Ba-da-ba-ba-da. It's Gumshoe. So the prints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Something wrong, Mr. Wright? You gave me this so what look. I guess I was thinking so what. So he came up with nothing this time, but there's always next time. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. You gotta roll with the punches, Mr. Wright. Wait, if I remember correctly, there was the one other handprint in the room. Let's check it out. Examine. It's here. This is where we got a luminal fluid reaction, right? Yep. So there's a handprint here. Check for prints. I like that this becomes it becomes more of a forensic investigation just as much as we need to find evidence investigation through these other means. Oh, I have to warn you about something first. The area with the blood was wiped away, right? We only found it through chemical means. Any prints in the area will have been wiped away too. Oh, right. So that means no prints. Would you say that the probability of your hypothesis is high? Anyway, we must try to find prints that weren't wiped away. Prints that weren't wiped away? Oh dear lord, I have to think. Not over here. Wait, crap. Yeah. Go back. Okay, let's go. Let's check for prints. Do it again. All right, so let's double check and see if we can't figure that out again. I have to search for a yellow symbol. I see. I have to analyze. Analyzing. Watching the little box go across the screen is very satisfying, I will say. Just, I don't know, there's something about it just like it's just like, huh. Hey, what's this? Print? Fingerprint. I like that I can throw as much of this stuff down and then just go whoosh. This is a rather interesting system, I will say. There we go. All right, now whose fingerprint is this? I wonder. I wonder. Wait, it's Gant's. This is actually exactly Gant's, isn't it? Isn't it? No match found. Okay, so it's not Gant's. Oh, it's Marshall's? Why would Marshall be inside of here though? Why was Marshall inside the evidence room if he didn't? Wait, that doesn't make sense. Hey, his fingerprints, whose are they? So is it someone I know? It's Officer Marshall? Huh? Officer Jake Marshall? That's got to be a coincidence. He's not involved in the crime. Emma, this is decidedly different from Detective Gumshoe's prints. The luminal reaction, the blood and the fingerprints are in the same place. Whoa, wait, what? Okay, wait, think about that. So we have Jake Marshall's fingerprints on a wiped bloodstain. But why would Officer Marshall? It looks like our investigation is finally turning up some results. I guess this is what you'd call decisive evidence. I don't believe it. So, if I am understanding correctly, Officer Marshall wiped away. He was wiping away the bloody handprint for some reason. I'm guessing that he, Lana Skye, and I imagine him and Lana had some sort of falling out. So what do you think, Mr. Wright? I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. After all, the victim was murdered at two different places at the same time, and a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes. Hey, Lana. Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed. Hope they didn't hold you too long for questioning. We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though. So how'd it go? Since Wright suspects, the police are clueless. Figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain. A plea bargain? What do you mean by that? We agreed that if I told them the truth behind this simultaneous murder, they wouldn't seek capital punishment. That's what I mean. But Lana, don't tell me you... Much to my regret, I'm as much in the dark about this as they are. This guy, We found trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belong to Officer Jake Marshall. What kind of trace evidence? Bloodstained fingerprints to be exact. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you? In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall? You have to play the cards we're dealt, isn't that right, Miss Skye? Do what you have to do, Mr. Wright. I really like Lana. She's very cool. I hope we get more of her in the next game. I hope we get to have more of Lana. That'd be fun. Even if she's the prosecution, that would be nice. I think the only thing that is a little sad is that the only prosecutor we've had to go against, we had Payne in the first case. We had Von Karma, and then we very specifically had Edgeworth most of the time. Defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is... You're afraid you have to clarify. It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time. But that's not physically possible, is it? What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared. Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Wow, this is what messed up trial. One of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today I'll present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In doing so, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself. I wonder what he means by this. Even though he doesn't know what's going on himself. That's supposed to be an admirable trait. I see. Let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness to the day of the stand. For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department. The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer? Ah, yes, we have to... Oh, boy. Things are getting wild from the get-go. We have to talk to Meekins, don't we? Hi, Meekins. How are you doing? With your hexagon head. Will the witness please state his name and occupation? Yes, sir. I'm Officer Mike Meekins. Mike Meekins? My Meekins. Mike Meekins. My occupation is, that'd be murderer, sir. So you're telling us you're a professional killer? Sir, it was me, sir. I'm the one who did it. I'll never kill anyone again, sir. Actually, what we'd like to... Sir, I want you to... I don't think Meekins can even handle being alive right now. Let alone figuring out what he's doing. The person whose actions adults can't possibly comprehend. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, sir, help me, sir. Officer Meekins. Yes, sir. Give us your report of the crime. Consider that in order. Yes, sir. As you wish. After all, I'm part of a generation that must be told what to do, sir. Can't fault him for a lack of enthusiasm. I can fault him for being unable to put a sentence down without losing his mind. Well, it's not my normal duty. I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. Spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life, and then I know you didn't do it. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you. Do unto to others before they do unto you. That's the Meekins family motto. I see. Then you fainted, and a colleague helped you regain consciousness. Yes, sir. He knocked me upside the head, sir. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. What I need here is more info to work with. I think I'm gonna press him on who woke him up, because I think that's... Okay, let me save really quick. Save. We're gonna be good. Okay, let me ask here. About what time did you regain consciousness? No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that I was unconscious? All right. According to the report, from the officer that woke up the witness, it was about 5:30. He hit me right in the head too. I woke up crying tears of pain. That's nice. I mean, it's nice that you recovered, that is. When I came around, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir. Your mission. Yes, sir. The Blue Badger, sir. I returned him to the entrance before things got out of hand. Well, we can all rest easy now. This is what he was telling us yesterday, so we need to get more details. Alright, let's press it. Let's press everything. We'll just press everything until we get information that we need. Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not? Yes, sir. I'm in charge of hiring new recruits, sir. Yikes, now that's a scary thought. I see. Evidence transferal is taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed. I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir. The Blue Badger? Yes, sir. The lovely police mascot created by the Chief of Detectives, sir. Oh, God. I was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transferal process. That was my sole mission for the day. Every time I see the judge make that face. Sounds like a very important mission. After the award ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around that I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. Oh, so that's why you went to the evidence room. Tell us, what did you do? What did you see when you got there? I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct? Precisely, sir. I have one right here around my neck. Then is your ID badge listed on this list? There it is. I found it. So this is the one right here. Could you please read the number? Yes, sir. It's 4989596. Hey, Nama. How's it going today? We've been making great strides on the case so far. We're doing quite well. I see. Huh? But the number is shown as being used twice? Please explain, witness. It's no real mystery, sir. The first time was when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. The second time is when I went to go get him after everything settled down. I see. So it's during that second time when... Yes, sir. That was when I spotted the man on the screen. I'm good. How about you? I'm feeling really good. I am still quite... Man, my nerves are still up, but I feel great. The game is real. It's very bizarre for me. But I will talk about it a lot, but I'm just happy, you know? Oh man, it's bizarre for me because it's just, oh. I think it's specifically because, oh look, I now can show people, it's like, yes, it's just there, it makes me happy, I don't know. It's a surreal experience to be able to look at that. What exactly do you mean when you say you did it? I know I don't look the type. I'm really into kung fu films, sir. The man let his guard down for an instant, so I snatched his knife from him. You took his knife. I spun him around and performed a disarming maneuver. Made sure to close my eyes like a man. See. He must have been desperate. Next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood, and then... The next thing I knew, yes, he punched me right in my face, sir. Wait, in your own blood? Wait, hang on, go back. Wait, his blood? He said he was drenched in his own blood. How does that work? I'm very confused by this, to be honest. Nope, that isn't it. I shouldn't have done that. Back it up. Yeah. Back it up. Ugh. Okay. Wait, I have a question then. How did... Wait, check. Wait a minute. Then who... Wait, how did somebody else get into the room if... This... Well, we don't have all... Well, maybe we don't have all the numbers, but... There's no other numbers besides when Meekins opened the door the second time. So what... Did they just leave the evidence room open? I guess I'll just try some stuff until we figure something out. But, yeah, Man, today's been weird. Today's been weird for me. Present... Nope, that wasn't it. Crap. Alright, what else? Alright, what do I... Let's see. Spot secure... Need to stretch my jaw. It's like I keep saying suspicious man, and I keep going suspicious. Suspicious. Bleh. Let's see. What do we need? I was suddenly attacked. I have no idea. I have to figure out what I'm looking at here. I have to stretch a little. Okay, what am I looking at? I know I have to present evidence somewhere, but... I'm trying to figure out what to present, but... Nope, I guess I'm not seeing what... Alright, maybe I'm focused on the knife, but... Let's see. Trouble I'm having is spotting where exactly this evidence is going to be. Spot a suspicious man in the security room. Open the door. Maybe it's here with... I'm gonna check the... Wait, I'm gonna check that evidence again. Does his statement contradict anything? Well, I am curious why... Who is this person with all 7s? Is that Gant, perhaps? Okay, I'm gonna... This is what he was telling us yesterday. Well, we need more details. Was an officer... So we pressed him everywhere, but... I don't really know what... Okay, so he's in charge of recruiting. Are you sure you pressed everything? I thought I did. I'll press everything again, just to be safe. But let me press everything again. I'll press everything again and make sure. Even though I'm a little confused because I thought I pressed everything. Okay, need to get some water really quick. Let me see if I can't press more. Okay, so let me see if I pressed everything. I'm gonna press everything I can. I'm gonna press everything again. Your ID number is listed here. He's listed here twice. Could you please read us the number? Yes, sir. It's 4989-596. Yep. And it's on there twice. Please explain. All right, so the first time is when he relocated it, and the second time is when I got everything to settle down. And the second time is when he spotted the man on the screen. I need to make sure I pressed everything. You were attacked. Can you tell us exactly what happened? A knife, sir. Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you. With him charging in on me like that, he looked as surprised as I was. You aren't exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into. That's when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus, struggling to detain him. Until I got this gash on my hand. Maybe you just kept cool, your hands wouldn't be... When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked, so I grabbed the man by his collar. We now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened. Ah, I see. I missed one piece. Only one thing remains unclear. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim? He's got a point. Yes, Officer Meekins. With regard to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell. Chief Gant delivered it to me just this morning. The chief delivered it? What is that? A videotape. Yes, sir. It's absolutely right, sir. A videotape. It contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room. What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape and was told it had been mistakenly erased. It's quite a mistake. I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at. Oh, poor guy. Looks like communication with the police department is as good as ever. Well then, let's have a look. Show us the video of you murdering the victim. Oh, please stop using the word murder, sir. It scares me. A video of a real murder. Just what are we getting ourselves into? What on earth am I looking at? What am I looking at? Wait, that's not a murder. That's just Goodman walking by. What do you mean? That was straight up just Goodman walking by. Or whoever this man is. Alright, the glove fell. The camera oh my god, the camera keeps turning every single time it's... The FMV couldn't happen on the GBA, making this a unique feature of the DS. Oh my god. This is like a horrible horror movie. We just don't know what's happening to him. He's just getting jumped. Wait, where did Goodman go then? Or whoever this Goodman was. That didn't... Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us? What the hell was that wriggling piece of plywood? Sir, that was the pride and joy of the entire criminal affairs department, sir. It's the Blue Badger, sir. Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly? Oh no. Security video added to the court record. I see. Well, anyway, this tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter someone. We don't know who. We just know they did. And in the evidence room, and something happened. Yeah, Your Honor, instead of relying on completely incomplete footage, the witness's testimony will suffice. Is that all right with you, Miss Officer Meekins? Yes, sir. As you wish, sir. Okay, so who is this man? Who was this man? His face can't be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. He opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. What's this about a fingerprint? Each detective has been given a locker, an evidence locker in the evidence locker room. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to. Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have had to have been Detective Goodman. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. I don't know where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with contradictions. That's where I have to start. That FMV was pretty good, though. It's a little goofy, but I thought it worked pretty well. His face can't be seen clearly in the video. I do want to ask something really quick about this. Tell me, were you able to get a good look at him? At the face of the man who attacked you with a knife? Sir, if you must label people as having seen or not seen the man's face, I believe I would be classified as the latter? The latter? But you were standing right in front of him, were you not? More to the point, you are the person who fought him, aren't you? Oh yes, sir, but I didn't get a clear look at his face. I'm not the kind of person who looks directly at people when talking with them, you see? Yeah, that's a good trait for a police officer. Still, I'm sure it was him. I'd bet my badge on it. I am pretty sure you will. I am asking very quickly why that is. But you don't know that for sure, do you? You never actually saw Detective Goodman's face. Well, I suppose you might say that. That is, if you must label people as having seen or not seen. But since his face can't be identified in the video, only you can verify it. Why is everyone looking at me? If I had to label your stares as disturbing or... Meekins. Oh my god, he sounded like a chicken. What happened to him? Having been shown a questionable video at best, we are not in the best of moods. Now please be more certain when you testify. Yes, sir. You claim the man who brandished a knife on you is Bruce Goodman. Tell us why you are positive it was him. He opened the locker. Alright, I want to ask really quick. About these lockers, is there no other way to open them? No, sir. I myself tried all kinds of methods in the past. They only respond to registered fingerprints. I wonder what kind of methods he tried. If the man opened the locker's lock, which only responds to its registered fingerprints, then he must be the person the locker was assigned to. Alright, I'm making sure really quick. How do you know this information? I've heard rumors, sir, from people in the know, sir. People in the know. The workers in the department cafeteria, sir. They keep me informed. They also listen to my romantic troubles, sir. For the record, the opened locker did indeed belong to Detective Goodman. I verified this information through a more reliable source. So the victim opened the locker with his own fingerprint. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. However, the most important detail is not shown in this video, the man's face. Sir, I may say something, sir. Please do. After all, you are the one being examined. I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this case, sir. I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock, and it was his hand that tried to thrust his knife into my body, sir. My unsettled state can testify enough to this, sir. Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie. That is, unless the defense can find a problem with it. Mr. Wright, let's check the court record again. Is there a problem with the security footage? I think there's a problem, but I'm going to compare it to some evidence that we do have. There is a problem. I want to look at it. Regarding the tape contained on the video on this tape, there is one thing in particular that seems strange. This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman. What? This video contains such a contradiction. Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth? Propose we have the defense point out to us this alleged contradiction in the video. You would want me to point it out. Very well. Let us inspect the piece of evidence. We'll now play the tape. Mr. Wright, please show us this contradiction you speak of. Point out in the video. This is the first time I've ever had to do that. Set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause. Just take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing. Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching the video. How did this guy ever become a police officer? Nepotism. He probably has a dad. Okay, let's see. I can beat a pause. I'm waiting. I'm looking. I'm rewatching the evidence myself anyway, because I am curious what else. Okay, white. All right, white coat, brain. The fact that this goober is just here the whole time is really funny. He's not wearing gloves, is he? Wait, if he's not wearing gloves, then how did he not leave fingerprints on the thing? We would have caught that, right? Okay, keep playing. I'm gonna keep playing really quick and I'm gonna watch. I mean, he is there to throw you off. Yeah, that is true. Also, Luna, how's it going? How's it going? It's been a while. How's it been? Let's see. He came out with a weapon. Wait a minute. What? He came out with a weapon. Yes, it has doing good work. Oh, excellent. Well, it's good to hear you're doing well. I've been rather busy myself. It has been quite a time. Wait, where is he? Where is this man? Where did he go? Okay, let's see. Oh god, I have to listen to this music a lot, don't I? I'm gonna go back a few steps as well, because I do want to check a couple things while we're here. Wait a minute, what? Wait, what was that? Wait a minute, wait, go back. Wait, I see it. I just caught that. I just caught what the difference was. I just saw that. What was that? Wait, hang on a moment. Pause. There it is. Wait, what? Yeah, right here. You. Present this. That. What is that? The thing that's got strange as it is got to be this. Yes, it is strange. Something certainly seems unnatural about that. What could it mean? So sorry to interrupt, Mr. Wright, but you seem to have forgotten the point of this exercise. The point. What are you looking for is one thing and one thing only. Something that indicates the man may not be Detective Goodman. Oh yeah, woof. I almost walked into the defense's trap. I'll place them under arrest. Rats. Need to slow down and tackle these things one piece at a time. Now what do I do? Play video again. Very well, let's try this again. Just remember one thing, Mr. Wright. Every time you point your finger, someone gets hurt. Just don't point a finger at us. I'll now play the tape. But I just saw that. Okay, wait. No, wait. Go back. Okay. Alright, let me see where the contradiction is. See, but what confuses me is that's different. That means... I do know what that means, because that means that this guy opened the locker when the camera wasn't pointed at him. So he opened the locker when... Wait a minute, but that doesn't make sense. Gotta be kidding me. I'm upset because I see it. I see something that is like really important, but I can't point it out. It almost gets me because it's something you will bring up later. Oh, I see. Okay. So I need to find what I'm... Okay, wait. Actually, you know what? Let me go back. Pause. Can I... What about this? This thing of strange has to be a this? Hold on a second, I need to use my eye drops. Well, I don't get it. Would you mind if I borrowed your eye medicine? Don't give me those bleedery eyes. I do. Play video again. Okay. Right now you're focused on one point, not the other. So like what happened that was case 3, I think, where I got one step ahead. So, and because I needed to solve the problem, I needed to solve the step I was on, not the next one. So I keep finding issues that are not... I keep finding the issues that are not part of what we're dealing with. Instead of... Let's see. Okay, so we didn't get that part. I like the frame by frame. Why is he so tall? Just why is he so tall? Okay, so that is something I'm gonna have to think about later, but... It's a bunch of handprints on the boy. Well, I saw the glove fall over, and that was curious, because I don't know why that was on the floor. Huh. That looked like he was about to get stabbed. What happened there? I'm very confused. I'm trying to figure out precisely what I'm missing, but I'm not sure what I'm missing. If that makes sense, you know what I mean? This music is also driving me a little bit insane. Okay, what am I missing here? What am I missing here? I know I'm missing something. It's clearly a detail. It's right at the tip of my nose, but I can't quite see it yet. Wait, what time is that? 5:14:35. Alright, so at 5:15 precisely, he should be getting attacked, right? As they said, 5:15 precisely is when it happened. I'm gonna watch the timer really quick just to see that. You were looking right at it. Yeah, this trial day isn't a favorite because of the video segment and the music. The music is what gets me. You were looking right at it. I feel like that's gonna happen a lot, actually, Luna. That's gonna happen a lot. What am I thinking is the contradiction? What am I missing here? Besides the fact that my brain is not working, what am I missing here? Yeah, the music makes it even harder to actually suss anything out because you're sitting there just slowly dying to this mental torture. Oh dear, okay. Okay, I will say, between the two of you, you guys have said right now you're focused on one point, not the other, and you were looking right at it. That does tell me I've gotten close enough in recent time without any actual direction. You can mute it if you like, we won't mind. Actually, I could do something really quick. Hang on. I'll just take my headphones off. I can just take my headphones off and that will be fine enough. And now it's just echoing quietly against my shoulders. Actually, yeah, there we go. Okay, now that my headphones are pointed directly downward, I don't actually have to listen to the music. Unfortunately, I have to force you guys to, which is gonna suck. It's gonna suck on the VOD. I apologize to everybody. What am I looking at here? Is it... For you guys, it sucks, but for me, I'm like, ah, yes, I am comfortable. I have afforded myself comfort. There's a glove here. Thought I was looking at it. What am I looking at? Glove? This. That is strange. Certainly something unusual about it. Oh, so I caught something else that's unusual, but... Ah, crap. Okay, so... Play it again. God damn it. Alright, so I have to... What am I missing? I'm very clearly getting close, but I don't know what I'm missing. Well, we're gonna have to rewatch it a lot, Meeky boy. Meekless. We're gonna have to watch this a lot because I am going to be a little bit of a goob. I guess my other question is, why is he here when he was very clearly not there when he was last there? Why did he get moved? Wait. Actually, wait, yeah, I have a question about this. Well, I don't get it. I don't want to tell you the answer. No, that's fair. Thank you, Luna. It's like, I think I'm getting closer because I'm ruling out the things that... I am ruling out all of the things, so no worries there, but I am... I imagine it must be agony, though, when you know the answer and you're like, oh god, like, it's like I keep hitting right next to the answer, which is far worse, because it's like, oh god. you have to watch someone keep... This is one of those things that happens when I watch streams, is that I'm like, oh, I see the answer, or oh, I know this answer, and then I watch somebody and it's like, oh god. I think it's worse when you spot the answer yourself. Not when you already know it, but when you spot the answer. And that's when it's worse, because you spot it first and you're like, oh, ooh, I know it. And then it's like, but you can't say it. It's like, where's Waldo? But you can't say Waldo. It's like, okay, no, it's right there, but you can't say where it is. And then you have to watch the streamer just struggle. Totally looking at it now. I feel dumb not, Luna, you know, I just realized You said totally looking at it now, and my brain immediately went scan, and then my brain said, hey, is that light on still? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I like caught it immediately. It was like, wait a minute, why didn't I see that earlier? I think it's because I didn't, you know, and I think what I know what I didn't see it because I wasn't thinking about the fact that the lights turn on when they're open. Okay, I can put my headphones back on because the music's good now. Okay, there we go. It's got to be this. Officer Meekins. Sir, do you mean me, sir? As I understand, the locker apparatus works like... Oh god, the music turned back on! Ah! When you grab the handle, the sensor reads your fingerprint. It's a match. The light turns on, and the lock is released. According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it. If that's so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. I will say it made me laugh though when you said I'm looking at it right now and then my brain said wait a minute. You know what's worse is I do know why this happens is because so I know this is a bit odd and it's not an excuse, it's just an observation. When somebody is streaming, I feel like their brain power is divided because you have to talk and play. So when you're caught between the two things, I feel like you have to end up turning one thing off to do the other. And you notice whenever I'm playing and my brain is working at its best, I stop talking. It happened when I played Street Fighter actually this last Sunday, where I was focused really hard, so I ended up not talking for part of a match because I was like, nope, I need to win this. I need to be focused. Let's review Wright a little earlier. So we have to explain it. I see. You know what makes me sad is the music isn't playing in reverse when we reverse the tape. I did realize my mistake though. And now it's already lit. I see. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle. Oh, we got him. Got him. Order. What's the meaning of this? It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime. But the locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, the sensor is triggered, and the locker is automatically locked. Must have broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert in this. It's not likely, Your Honor. A sensor would detect and report any malfunction. Oh well, shows how novices should keep their mouths shut. So then, Mr. Wright, do you have any explanation? Me, Your Honor, yes. Why wasn't the locker locked? Me, Your Honor. Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Huh? Oh, maybe something like jammed the sensor system. Something jammed the sensor. Say something else that seems out of place in this. Thought so too. There's got to be another clue somewhere in the footage. Very well. Let's inspect the video once more. Oh, I see. I see now exactly what it means. I know. But now I have the other two steps I needed. I see. I had the other steps. Okay. There it is. No, wait, go back. There it is. The glove. Please watch closely. This is the continuation of the part I just showed you earlier. Don't play the music. Oh, thank God it's silent. Yep. Yeah, so, you know what? This actually has happened to me in this game, I think once or twice before now, where I got one step ahead of the solving, and it was like, oh, so now I need to show my work. I am now starting to realize something about my brain. So, I'm going to tell a little anecdote of my second grade for me. It's related, hang on. So, I had a problem when I was a kid, where I just knew that certain numbers, like, I knew my math really well. I knew that 5 times 6 was 30. I knew 3 times 3 was 9. I did not show work. And certain math I didn't need to show work for. So I would skip to the solution. My teacher, my mom had to basically tell me, you have to show your work as if you're explaining it to somebody that doesn't know. That's how you get credit for the points on tests and stuff. Also, the fact that they're testing us in second grade always still baffles me. That's wild. But the point was that I actually know pretty well that sometimes I do that even as an adult now. Now analyzing this, I'm noticing I did it in this game more than once, where I had the same issue. Right, where you've made the logical leaps ahead, but now you have to show your work to get back to that point. You have to start from all of the steps to solve the problem, not you know the answer to the problem because you've made the conclusions and inferences with the knowledge you have on hand. And I feel like I did that. I feel like with these games, so often you're either one step ahead or stuck doing guesswork because you don't follow the logic. I feel like that's what's happened to me a lot with this game, is that either I've deduced what happens long before I get there, or I'm stuck trying to do the brute forcing because the chain of logic I need to follow to get the answer is not clear to me. Which is not necessarily I don't think it's the game's fault. I think very specifically, and this is something I actually is my concern with Red Genie, is that just because it makes sense to me as the developer, that doesn't mean it will make sense to everybody else. So when you pose them a puzzle, say, you know, one of those, like, my first thought is those puzzles where you have to push rocks and stuff. Those ones can be rather they can be tedious, but also if you don't see how the pieces are supposed to be moved together, how the pieces fit together, you can't put the puzzle together. So, and for some people that solution comes very easy, and for some people it's very hard. For the developer, you kind of get a sort of blindness to how difficult the puzzle or the world can be to navigate. It is something that I worried about with Red Genie, and I was told that it's not bad. It's perfectly fine. It's fine. Is that I always worry that if I made a level design or I made some sort of, puzzle, that the steps weren't gonna make sense. And sometimes you have to design your stuff around what you think people will know. And with Phoenix Wright, there is a certain amount of background knowledge in terms of how do you do logic, and you have to have that sort of part of your brain worked to understand how to play Phoenix Wright, which I think sometimes also the logic it follows can be a little hard to check. But sir, it's been my experience that things fall out when doors are opened. I have them fall out and roll. What? We can't be sure that the item was complete inside the locker to begin with. What do you mean? The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door? Inserted? Yeah, because the door's a little bit ajar there, see? Which I think of the games that have this problem. So because this game does have the issue where sometimes you're a step ahead or you're doing guesswork. I think that the worst puzzle games, you're always in this mode of, I think the worst puzzle games are the ones where you're always brute forcing and you're just guessworking. And those are the worst puzzle games. I think puzzle games that are a little bit too easy and by that logic are not good. You're always 3 steps ahead of the game, and you're just kind of always working backwards rather than, I'm actually solving the puzzle as I go through it. I think the best puzzle games are in the middle somewhere, and then all the good ones are in the spectrum around that point. And I think in the middle is like Portal and Portal 2. I think that would go in the very middle of puzzle games, where as you walk through the puzzle, you're understanding and getting better at the puzzles and you're learning it. And this game, I would say, is a puzzle game in some way, because you're piecing logic together to solve a case. Technically, every single crime is a puzzle. It was stuck between the door and the sensor. Oh, I understand now, sir. It's just like my tie. 2 out of 3 times when I get stuck in the door when I get out of a patrol vehicle. Instead of the door closing, but the object have to be extremely thin to fit in the door. Not only that, but it would have to block electrical currents. It would need to be an insulator. But at the crime scene, there just might have been something that fits in the description. I think I finally figured this out. Yeah, it's a rubber glove. Present the relevant evidence. Blah, blah, blah. Relevant evidence. It's this. It's this glove. I found this near the locker, a thin rubber glove. But we can't be sure that was in the victim's locker. It has a tag that says SL9 incident. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker, but that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is this not so, Officer Meekins? Sir, it appears so, sir. But I think this game is pretty good about, you do end up either being a step ahead or doing guesswork, but it's not so often that you're not in the loop. It's not that you're not in the loop. It's that there are certain pieces where you kind of have to hit your head against it a little bit more. So I do believe then that the victim, whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman. Do not be misled, Your Honor. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? The defense has merely demonstrated that possibility, nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this. Officer Meekins, please testify. Sir, me, sir? Not sure what you're referring to, sir. Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir. Is this a joke? I see. Very well, begin your testimony. The third time, for the first time, for the last time. Mystery Man 2. Doses. There's one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card. I can actually disprove that. Have the ID card record right here, sir. ID of victim is that of the victim. Before the crime, yes. One thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases have been should have been due for transfer. Why are there so few people using this room? This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases. Special cases. Extremely violent cases involving police staff. Sherry, that makes my hair stand on end. Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference. Yeah, because he's Spiky Boy. There are only a few cases up for transferal there, and most were cleared up by noon. Right, I see. Let us move on to the cross-examination. Okay, let's take a look at what he says then. Again. One other thing that proves the man, one must use their ID card. When an ID card is used, the record of it. Wait, how do you know this? Earlier, I believe you testified that when you asked the man to show his ID card, he pulled a knife on you. He didn't show me any ID card, sir. Don't you think that's odd? I mean, if he had his ID card, all he had to do is show it to you. There wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife. Maybe he just panicked? Everything stems from contradictions. Let's point them out. I'm confused. What? The problem with the ID card is the testimony is far too obvious. It's not like Edgeworth to miss something like this. You're thinking too hard about it. Let's show him what we got. Okay, I'm gonna save really quick, but I am curious what... I need to look through the evidence again so I can make sure I know exactly what they're talking about. Because, yeah, we have the ID card right here, but... Let me look really quick. Well, also we have the fact that he was at the... Actually, no, he couldn't have. Yeah, I know this one. Yeah, no, I just... My brain did the work. Wait one moment, Officer Meekins. I'm not good at waiting, sir. I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene. That makes sense. When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card. A lost item report. It's only half completed. But it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report. Let me guess. You believe this something to be his ID card, right? I can't say for sure, but there is a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card. I see. Interesting. Intriguing methods. So what does this all mean? It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card. Does the prosecution have a response? I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. White. Right. Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room, Officer Meekins' encounter was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support this. I like detective stuff, so I'm very good at picking things up before games and shows reveal it to you, but I get very curious on how things actually happened. See, actually, Luna, that's actually something that... That is actually something that I actually am... I'm like that for two different things. Both if I pick something up early. There's actually one in Persona 5 that we saw recently that when I caught it, it made me super happy because I wanted to learn how it happened. But also, if I get spoiled on something, unless I'm playing the game directly or I'm in the middle of taking in the story, if I get something that's a spoiler for like the end of a movie, I usually don't mind it because it's like, okay, but how did we get there? Like, a great example would have been Avengers Endgame. I got spoiled pretty early on some of the end of the movie stuff. And to me, I was like, well, how do we get there? How did we get from this point that is the status quo to what you're talking about? And also, do I know it's real? Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far? Yes. What's he up to? That being the case, we arrive to a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder. That's right. I do like detective stuff, though. I actually really like... I actually did this once. I put that forensic classwork to use one time. I actually wrote a murder scene in my Dungeons & Dragons campaign. I actually went through and I reverse engineered, okay, have the crime happen and then leave the evidence, and then I went through and built a crime. I built like multiple crime scenes, and I had the players figuring out who was doing the crimes. I don't like spoilers, it all just bugs me. Yeah, there's one in the Castlevania, the TV show, when they did a show for it. I got spoiled on it. It was first year of college when it came out, and I remember I was waiting for a class and somebody spoiled season 2 for me. And I was about to punch them in the mouth. They were openly talking about, like, with another person about the series and loudly saying big spoiler details about the show. And I was just sitting there thinking, my hands are rated E for everybody. I am about to break your face. Like, I was mad. I still haven't watched the whole show. I had to go watch clips of it later because it's like, some spoilers I can get away with. If I don't have context. If I'm in the middle of playing something, like if I was playing Persona 5 and I was at the point before the casino and somebody said what the twist was before I got there, if I knew them personally, I would have driven out somewhere and like, I would have punched him. I would have been very mad. I have a punching bag. I would have punched that. I don't like spoilers and I don't like propagating spoilers, but I do think though that if I figure something out ahead of time, I'm fine with it, but I don't know. Only moments ago you seem content to be pointing your finger around. This isn't going to end well. Oh, it seems you finally realized exactly what you've gone such lengths to prove. Explain yourself, Miss Edgeworth. Defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in the video is a fake, which means a murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime. So, the real crime could only take place at one location, the underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. The murderer being Miss Lana Skye, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness observed the moment the defendant used the murder weapon. My hands are E for everyone is something I need to add to my lexicon. I use E for everyone is for my hands. It was all trapped from the beginning. I see. The activity in this evidence room leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered? Where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is only to examine the murder of Detective Goodman. Just so, Your Honor. You have to do something else. I do have something. One moment, Your Honor. What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven. Of course not, but I almost walked into the prosecution's trap. What are you talking about? This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder. I love that phrase. I have some good ones. I think my other one is what the fresh hell. I think what the fresh hell is another one that I'm happy I've seen more people use it. I saw someone say it in another stream and I was so happy to see that phrase. It may not be mine fully. Like it's not, obviously it's not like I own the phrase, but it's like, I'm happy more people use it, you know? I love that. Oh. However, it cannot be said that this is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination into the truth of the matter. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. If this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared? I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident. This might just be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand. Mr. Wright, do you mean... Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness. Oh, whom did you have in mind? Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth. The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. The prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Person whom you would have testify. What is his or her name? I am presenting Officer Jake Marshall. Why him? I can't let Edgeworth know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say. Prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time? We will, Your Honor. Court is now in recess. Please go to the jungle gym and exercise a little bit. God, she's pretty. I don't know why. My brain just went, she's pretty. She's very pretty. There are too many. God dang! Why are so many characters in video games attractive? It's silly. I'm sorry. No stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured everything out. I haven't figured anything out. Lana, you're the one who knows everything. Emma, you always know everything. Why do you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking for his protection. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me? Oh, I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Hi. Hi, Gumshoe. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Aw, but Gumshoe. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? Aw, buddy. I love him, though. You got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all day while on duty, and top it off, you call me here. Seen happier people at funerals. Sorry, detective. You better be, pal. Hey, what? Hey. Hey, I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor Sky. That's okay, so have you brought what I asked? Oh. 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 He is... You mean this, right? My apologies, detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request. My name? Oh, I see. Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy. The SL9 incident files? I can read this stuff. But Lana, I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. You might do well to read them. I can't believe you, the chief prosecutor, were a witness in that case. Miss Guy was a witness? The Joe Dark? Take it from me, you don't want anything to do with serial murders. I'm gonna read it right now. What do you mean? Reading it. Let's see. Incident number SL9. Perpetrator Joe Dark. Joe Dark? How do you like your cup of Joe? I like it dark. Thank you very much. I like my Joe Dark. Crime, serial murder, sentence, death. Alright, I see. He's a League of Legends player. Let's see. Victims. Edward Jones, Jason Knight, Rachel Moss, Neil Marshall, Jeb Bates, Edith Kirby. Please tell me there's not a second page of people. I was about to be sad. Head prosecutor, Miles Edgeworth. Witnesses, Lana Sky and Emma Sky. Wait a minute, what? What? Why are you two both witnesses on this? Executive investigators, Damon Gant, Lana Sky. Head investigate... Wait, how is she both a witness and an investigator? That's not how this is supposed to work. Head investigator, Bruce Goodman. Investigators, Jake Marshall, Angel Star. Okay. I don't think I understand, but I do. Oh, what? Now I've brought you stuff, you're just gonna ignore me? Emma, but why? Why is your name in here? What? My name's in there? I don't know. Wait, what do you mean you don't know? It couldn't be. Lana, that's SL9 incident, is that? That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as the Joe Dark killings. The Joe Dark. Oh, no, Lana. What are you talking about? That's over with. No. Is Emma... Did Emma just run away? What is happening? You know what? I just remembered. I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, pal, but I'm out of here. What do you mean you're out of here? What? What do you mean? I don't understand. Jake Marshall, Angel Star, Damon Gant, Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't be just a coincidence. Knowing you, you might just be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck. Better take a good look at this file. Huh. They don't say how the people were killed, though. Just serial killings. I can already tell. So this Joe Dark guy, he absolutely killed people with a shovel. He definitely did some Undertaker nonsense. I'm gonna hit him with a chair. 12:14 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 9. I did have a thought. I had a thought recently that I should play more Marvel vs. Capcom and try to learn how to play as Phoenix Wright. I wanted to learn and see if I could play as him. I'm not the best at Marvel vs. Capcom, but I really enjoy playing it. It's a lot of fun. Emma didn't come back. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand, the officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. We are going to investigate this cowboy. Why are you drinking in court? My good man, you should not be drinking in court. That's illegal. State your name and occupation. Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization. Oh, Jesus Christ. We have to deal with this again. Just occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it. Oh, I know. You're a patrolman. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind calling it out. I can't take this man seriously. This is dork. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind? I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before. I can't. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day the crime took place. Is this correct? According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? A desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. You ever just watch a man so undaunted by society's norms? Truly, a Sigma beyond them. Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony in plain old English. Please do not throw any similes, no metaphors, no hyperbole. My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. Bless America, dude. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at a street-side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. I can't say I particularly care for your attitude. Can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Marshall, what? Why? His beard is magnificent. You're gonna talk crap. You have straight up what looks to be like baby's first facial hair on there. Now get out of here with that. You stupid looking. Look like Shaggy from the Scooby-Doo gang. Looking like you're asking for a Scooby snack. You get the Salisbury steak out of here. Freaking get out of here, Jolly Rancher. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes, well, what about the fingerprint activated locks on the evidence lockers? Fingerprint activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those? He's not being very helpful. He's not that good with machines or with following orders. Not baby's first facial hair. He looks straight up. He looks like the kind of guy who says, oh, I'm growing out my beard. And then you look at him a month later, and he exactly has as many hairs as you see there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. He has 14 hairs on that face. You telling me that's facial hair? Nah. That's hair that's grows somewhere else. It's definitely not on the face. Freaking look at that dude. Tell me that's facial hair. I have better facial hair than that. I actually have a decent beard. I grow it out. Grow a goatee and a mustache because I look nice. Don't have it on this model though because it was very hard to make. I tried it though. It looked like garbage. Facial hair on a 3D model looks like garbage, but this guy just doesn't grow hair well. Look at him. Look at this dude. Tell for a fact that you can tell for a fact he had to argue for that with Angel. He had to argue for that facial hair. She definitely tells him to shave it every once in a while. Like, why don't you just go clean shaven? Just get rid of it all. And he's like, nah. I hate this man. Not like I don't hate him, but so it seems like trouble. All right, Mr. Wright, he's all yours. God. He absolutely. Why does Marshall act and look like somebody who went to a Ren fair, got hit in the head, and thinks it's real now? Said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day. That ain't my style. Protected by 2 security systems. Is that a street side saloon at the wait, all right. Can I ask where you were? What were you doing in a place like that? I was eating spaghetti. Not even Angel steak lunches could beat that Parlo's Vongole sepia pasta. I'm sorry, can you speak English? What is Vongole sepia pasta? You abandon your police duties to eat noodles. Not all desperados eat tacos, part. Why am I? This guy's dealing psychic damage to me. I can't handle that. What do you mean? It's like, it's not often I run into a character who does this to me. It's happened a few times on stream, but every time I do, these kind of characters hit me in the head. Hope this has at least taught you a lesson. That's strange. This is usually where Edgeworth says, "Did you not want to raise this year?" Just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. I'm gonna save really quick, but I think I know where this is gonna go. Oh, hey, it is the right one. I did it. Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called in to testify like this. After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime, and yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. I have the evidence. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene, or to be exact, a handprint. Oh, listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects, that is, make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints will be in there. Not those fingerprints. I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. We found them on the locker. Witness, what's the meaning of this? Your blood-stained fingers were at the crime scene. The blood was wiped away, however. A luminol test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall, seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. Take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall, about the blood-stained fingerprints? Well, then you may begin your testimony about your fingerprints found at the scene of the crime. I don't think he's gonna have a good answer that we want to hear. We're gonna be a little bit miffed by that one, truly. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as that bloodstained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See, I had nothing to do with it. Wait, but he wasn't wearing gloves? The witness's explanation appears valid, although there's room for doubt. Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner. You're in a courtroom, my man. You are in a courtroom with your ragged ass drip. You know what? I'm gonna be a little bit mean. Your drip is mid. Out here with your hat and your freaking. You even have the thing that covers your ears. Why do you wear that? You're in a city. It is not raining. You just look like a dork. I mean, now we're cross-examining gonna cross-examine the goofy out of this man. Swear to G. All right, let's see what we can do. I'm gonna swap to my other model for the rest of the stream. There we go. I just want to swap. Like I said, it's only natural. Not going in on the man's drip. You know what though? Honestly, I don't hate him. I'm giving him grief because the amount of psychic damage he's done to me, the amount of mental trauma he just put me through with those two back-to-back sentences. That's provocation. I do not appreciate that. One of them just happened to be at the same place as that bloodstained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. Bloodstain and the fingerprint were completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? Wait, what? How do you know that? I keep up on the reports. There was a bloodstain at the scene thought to be left by the murderer. That's right. It was found on Detective Gumshoe's locker. Yeah, but we're talking about no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. So that would mean the murderer wearing gloves happened to place their hands on the... Oh, wait, no, I know exactly where it is. It's that last one. Wait, no, go back. Go back, go back, go back. Hold up, roll it back. Nope, crap. Go back. I need to roll it back a little bit. Let me see. I need to roll it back. Save here. But this bloodstain wasn't visible. And I know that. Go here. Yeah, it's this one again. Nope, it's not. It's not this one. It does not contradict the evidence. My evidence was not strong. Crap. My evidence. Okay, let's see. Can I use the videotape? No, I cannot use the videotape. Crap. Load. Okay, go back. Go back. Roll it back. Wait, nope. Something that would... Oh, wait, no, it's this one. Wait, I have a question. So then, what about the bloody handprint? Wasn't mine? It's no mystery. Please explain. My fingerprint is my locker is covered with my fingerprints. Just so happened. Wait, your locker? Wait, your locker? I thought you said you didn't know about the lockers. Wait a minute, what? Wait a minute. How would... Wait, what does that mean then? Wait, he just said his locker. But he didn't know about the lockers. But... Wait. Please explain. My locker is covered with my fingerprints, just so happened. The chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Or on the contrary, one could be argue the opposite. The chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward from me from a mere fingerprint. You wanna know why? Fingerprint and the bloodstain are completely unrelated. Unrelated. They're as different as night and day. Kind of like cereal and cereal. One's got to do with breakfast and the other's a type of murder. He's right. Although seemingly alike, they're totally different. Don't know what homonyms have to do with this. It's actually right here that I gotta present something. I'd like to say that it's the fingerprint, it's the handprint that is on the other locker, but... No, it's not this one. Yeah. Okay, I need to... Because it's the other fingerprint, not the first one. Send. Let's see, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I have to figure it out. Hang on. Let's see, let's see. Actually, wait, when did he go into the room? Because he would have had to go in, but... One of these evidences is going to give me the answer I need, but I don't know what it is yet. I need to figure it out. I am very uncertain which one it is, though, but I think I'm getting closer. I know I'm getting closer. The answer has to be here. Check. That's right. This one's the one that was on the locker, but... Oh man, I'm racking my brain. Hang on. Screwdriver. No. Knife. No. Why is the knife broken? I am curious why the knife is still broken, though. Okay, it's none of this early stuff, but what am I missing here? I swear I'm getting closer. I swear I'm getting closer. I just don't know where it is yet. I don't know where it is yet, but I'm getting closer. I think it's going to be... Nope, it wasn't that. This is a tough one. This is a tough one. I'm trying to think of exactly what evidence I am... Okay, so... Touch the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. Just happened to be... I'm gonna press this really quick. That's because how did you put it? Pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. And one more thing. That locker happens to be mine. What? What do you mean? I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. All that's in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams. It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. Parents' fingerprint data was never removed from the locker's programming. Must have been using that fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing it. Are you starting to get the picture? The picture? The seal of blood in the desert is just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this. The security tape. So long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise. Actually, I do know. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination. Now then, continue your testimony. Actually... Go back. Crap. Ah, no, I have to repress that. Hang on. Okay, press this back again, and so I can go back to it. All right, get back to it. All right, go back, go back, go back. I have to go back. Okay, so now I have to repress. I have to. Okay. All right, I do see what I'm doing, though. I see what I need. I see the knowledge that is required in my brain. I understand it now. I understand. I understand what is necessary. Okay, so. You know, yeah, you know, just have to get more evidence, basically. I see. So I had to get here. Okay, save really quick. Alrighty. Save here. What do you mean by that? You want a time of this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have. But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots. Places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape. We don't have time for your speculation, Mr. Wright. Well, Mr. Wright, if you could show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall is present, please do so now. I have it. Very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake. Now, whoop, had to fix something real quick. There we are. Most excellent. Let us have another look at the video. Please tell me the music's not there. Ah! The music again! Alright, skip. Skip. I know what I'm looking for in the video, by the way, so that well, this is the bit that I caught earlier that I needed the extra pieces for. Okay, and there it is. There it is. Found it. I found it. Found it way earlier than I should have, but bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. The days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. Your locker, as you stated, is your locker. Right there. That locker with the white cloth sticking out, that was the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a little bit. If we go back and check, the cloth was not there until they passed through. Look at that. I'm smart. My brain is braining. It's braining harder than it's ever brained. My brain is working. Oh, the white cloth is gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. You got the spurs on. Hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was opened? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened the locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? Because Phoenix fumbles a lot less. In this case, it's cool to notice that growth in his confidence. Gone where no brain has ever gone before. You're right, Luna. This guy's just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. Phoenix fumbles a lot less in this case. It is really good. It's amazing to see how good he's getting at this work. Hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? Call your bluff. You say I opened that locker, now prove it. It's actually specifically this one. Fingerprint sensor. He got super nervous. We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force who don't know about the fingerprint locks. Oh, man. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? Where did you get that jerky from? I only got 1 word for you, partner. No! he got shot. No. Order. Witness, explain yourself. Why are you being such a... This is a joke. It's the worst I've ever heard. I assure you this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now please tell us what you're doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What is he chewing on? What is he chewing on there? Olay, please answer the question. Judge. Olay. What is he now, a bullfighter? That's alright, Officer Marshall. Believe we can figure out the rest from here. We can. Have a look at these floor plans. There's no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. If that's so, then where was the witness? Seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right, the only possible conclusion. Leather? Maybe he's chewing on leather? Kind of weird that he's chewing on it, but... Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? Guess here. I guess he was here. Officer Marshall standing right here. There, but that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was. Correct. Unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you, dressed up like Detective Goodman. But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure. May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir. Yes? And how did Detective Goodman respond? He suddenly pulled a knife on me. Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card. Oh, I get it. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? He is not happy with this. Got quite an imagination, partner. Got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it? Really? We have him, like, pegged. He is caught. He is kaput. How dare. You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective, unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. I wish there was a mod where it put characters from Law & Order in this. Honestly, if they did a Law & Order game in this style, people would be dogpiling trying to play that. Are you kidding me? Imagine a Law & Order video game series that is like, it's like Phoenix Wright. Like, I would buy it in a heartbeat. It would be quite fun. Can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt? I'm gonna save here. Also, future savior, how's it going today? My good man. Let's see. The Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim. Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. You can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. This can't be happening. So obvious he's the one. What can I do? Looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you've run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. The basics. Replace my shirt 2 times now. It's so humid, so it's steaming. Oh, absolutely. I watch way too much Law & Order. Yeah, it's like, see, I'm surprised that a game like this wouldn't... I'm surprised a game like this hasn't been made for Law & Order yet. Though I imagine they don't want to stray too close to the same mechanics, but I feel like it would do really well to try something like that. Phoenix, try thinking outside of the box. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall's in disguise, but rather I should look for evidence about that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this locker was open in the first place? What do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime, yet he did, despite the chance it might have been discovered later as it has been, which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then after the crime was committed, he opened his locker for some unknown reason. The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside. So what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps the video is the key to all our unanswered questions. I don't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot. Very well, let's take yet another look at this tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the cloth to put away the white cloth. Please show us why the witness had to put away the cloth. Apparently there are 3 games made by Ubisoft of Law and Order. Oh, I'm surprised by that. That is kind of surprising, I will say. We have to listen to this music again. I probably should have taken my headphones off before I started. Okay, I'm gonna wait and look for a moment. It's based off the original Law and Order, though, not Criminal Intent or SVU. Interesting. So that's like the very original. I see. I'm very intrigued what we're going to see here, but... Okay, what are we... Okay, so we're looking for why he would have had to put the cloth away. Why open his locker, though? But why would he need to open his locker? This music is also the... I'm gonna have nightmares about this music. I am certain of it. Okay, rewind. It's rewind time. Let's see. Maybe I'll see something if we go death in reverse. Oh wait, no, I do know what it is. Okay, no, never mind. It is what it is. It's one of those games where it was an original PC game port. Oh, I see. I can't save, so I'm gonna... Well, this doesn't make a lot of sense, but... It's either him touching the locker or him having to fend off... Specifically fending off Meekins. Wait, that isn't wait, that's not the knife. Wait a minute. I just realized too, isn't that the wrong knife? That's not the same knife as the one that was used, that was the crime scene one, wasn't it? Because this one is the one he has in his hand. Wait, let me check the blade really quick. Go back. Yeah, that's the wrong knife. Correct. That's the wrong knife. I don't think pointing that out is gonna matter, but... What do you have to say to that? Alright, partner. You really want to know why my reason I had to open my locker? Why? So I could stuff you in there, huh? Sure, the world would be a better place with you sent off to the boneyard. Fortunately, unsolved cases can't be stored in the locker room. Ow. Okay. That's not good. Load it back. Go back. Okay. Go back. Wait. Okay, so I need to make it back to where I was. Hang on. Isn't the knife he's holding the shaving spear the same one? Yes, but and that is true, but I don't think it's the evidence I'm looking for. It wasn't the evidence I'm looking for, though. It is proof, though, but it's not the one I was looking for. What do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the same time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance he'd be discovered later. You're overthinking? Yes, I am. I definitely am. I am overthinking, Luna. You are correct. Let's see. So I think it's just him opening the locker in the first place. I think he wiped it down. He put the cloth inside. So just exactly is this piece of cloth? Yeah, I think it is just the fact that he touched the door in the first place. I don't think it's anything else. Okay, save here so I can come back to this point at any time. Herng Mia. Mia's very nice. I miss her. She makes me sad. Makes me sad we don't see her more. I think it's because he touched the door, but that also seems very flimsy. So we're going to try it really quick and see what happens. Let's see. I feel like this is... I'm just gonna present it. Thought those were microwaves. No, these are evidence lockers. Okay, so this isn't it either. Got it. Backing it up. Back it up. You thought those are microwaves, though? Yeah, so to catch you up, Future Savior, these are all evidence lockers. For a room full of microwaves would be very dangerous. I mean, they did that in Metal Gear Solid 4, as I recall. They had the room of microwave. They had the giant room-sized microwave. Would you rather a room-sized microwave or a room of microwaves? Because I feel like both are dangerous in different ways. Because the resonance frequency of the microwaves would be terrifying to have them all on the same time, but a room-sized microwave is its own form of eldritch abomination. Would be called the macrowave. The macrowave. The massive oven. Wait, go back. It's this. This? For some reason, you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman, enter the evidence room, though I don't know to what end yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. A bloody white coat. You couldn't just walk out like that, so you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner. I got him. Yeah, because that's what Mia says. It's like, oh yeah, if you're stuck, just think outside the box. Try to hit him with get him off guard. Throw them off balance. Wait, wouldn't that get off like an extraordinary amount of electromagnetic radiation? Probably. Are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent then as you are today, we all wouldn't have to be here now, would we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did, all of it. Alright, seems the time has come. The time has come. Marshall's confession. Yeah, imminent death. That's true. You look at the microwave at the entire, looking into the macrowave at the entire chicken coop. I had to do it that day. I just couldn't stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I had planned to take out the evidence. Wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out and managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. So the supposed victim was really you. But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. There's way too much blood for a small donation. Knocked him out. He looked dead, my guy. Well, Meekins is alive. That's the key thing. Meekins is alive, and we had him on the stand earlier. Guess you say the position looked meek for him. It looked bleak for him, more like it, but I see what you mean. But meek would mean that it looked, Nope, it wasn't objection. Let me go get my boy, though, while we're here. And Vixie, my girl. I'm gonna press him on this instead. When you say it, you mean... Do you even have to ask, partner? The SL9 incident. 2 years have passed since that case was closed. It is going to completely end with the transferal that day. Not if I have anything to do with it. That incident's not over. What did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? I actually saw Fox the other day. It laughed at me and ran off. Reasonable. When a case is closed, only the case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time. No matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it? That day was my last chance. That's why. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I plan to take out the evidence. Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transfer, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it to fool the security camera. And the detective's ID card. I stole that the morning of the incident. So that was why Goodman started filling out the lost item report. I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor of the prosecutor's office parking lot. The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean the fingerprint activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself. But he could have, because a rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman did open the box. Wait, go back. Wait, I need to read that again. Wait, go back. Okay. So essentially... Okay, do you think Team KX would solve the entirety of the Phoenix Wright case? No. Wouldn't be able to open the locker yourself. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. I will be honest, Future Savior, I don't think anyone in the Sonic universe could solve a case here. I think Tails might be able to, but I feel like Team Chaotix, they're good detectives when it comes to like I think they're good detectives for certain things, but I don't think this would. Tails or Eggman could. I think anybody with a high enough IQ can do court stuff. I think. Manage escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. I'm gonna press everything here just to see what I can get. I'm gonna press everything, just see what I get. You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins to try to drive him off. Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is a 1 in a million type of person. Actually, Amy was a good defense attorney in Sonic Boom. Oh, that's funny. Taking detective for an intruder and demanding to show his ID. I'll have to think a little more about his raise this year. When did Edgeworth get so much influence? Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. Sorry I had to turn out that way. With me knocking him out and everything. What happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? I don't know what to say. So you knocked out Officer Meekins' hand. The murder of Sonic was basically a shout out to Ace Attorney style visual novels. Yeah, no, it was. And I think, though, that most of the legwork was Amy and Tails. I think the other characters presented contradictions, but they weren't quite on level with that. I did find it funny, though, that SBO was the one to really drop the ball on being able to, like, hide himself. Which was interesting. So you did your research beforehand. Those who go to the desert unprepared don't live long. Didn't think it'd be making that a difference, though. Security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your coat and your struggle with Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. Opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Meekins doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. On that day, wasn't any murder. Murder of Sonic, more like murder of Silver, doesn't get enough credit where it's due. Wait, what? What are you, blind? The victim showed on the tape is me and I'm not dead yet. So he stole the evidence from the locker. Actually, no, I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. What? Mr. Edgeworth, where is that evidence? It's still missing, Your Honor. Ah, I see. Silver gets done dirty in Sonic games. It's actually cool. I see. Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer. This is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. It can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are... He just doesn't have a reason to appear most of the time. That's also true. The trouble is knowing when to use a character, right? I mean, it's just... There's a lot of characters where it's like, okay, how do you implement these into other stories in a way that actually makes sense? And most of the time, Silver makes no sense to end up in stories unless he just gets ported in. Wait, didn't the evidence follow the locker? No, that was a glove. It's in the IDW comic semi-frequent, though. I think it's because his stories make sense there. We saw the glove, but that was about it. This isn't your case. This one is mine, and I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. I can't just forget the SL9 incident. You know why? I'd like to know why. But that case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it? There's a lot of Sonic Universes comics where he was a major importance. I think it's tough though to weave in a character. From what I know about the comics, specifically with Silver, I watched recently again the death battle with him and Trunks. The trouble is that how do you include a character who can time travel consistently in a story without it being used as a way to fix issues that come up? That's usually the biggest concern when you're dealing with how do you write stories, is that if you introduce a fix-it button, it can be very hard to actually maneuver around it. Once you introduce one thing into the universe that can fix everything, you have to find a way to get rid of it. Joe Dark was convicted for his crimes. One thing I could say for sure is he deserved a sentence. Yeah, but that's the truth of it, right? Is that like I even have that same thought about... It's kind of weird, but I have the same thought about the implications of Red Genie, where it's like, okay, yes, if there is a wish-granting thing, why don't people use it? And it's like, you have to explain why certain things aren't being used all the time, right? And I think in a lot of stories, some people don't think, some stories, not a ton of them anymore, but some stories, they don't think about the implications of introducing something. And I think sometimes Sonic does that, the monkey's paw. Yeah, it's like, it's like, if you introduce something, you have to understand its consequences in the story. I think even in this game's case, they did a great job. In Ace Attorney, they do a great job of this because they introduce the concept of, oh, the concept of, so he can live there again. Oh, that's true, Crooked. No, you're right. Because the whole point of Silver is that he wants to save his future so he can live there again. That's right. That's right. I guess the problem is he doesn't really know how to do that, which is kind of the problem he's been running into, as I recall. But what I was going to say, though, is that this game introduces the future savior. I see. Very good. But this game does it with the introduction of Maya, because Maya could solve a bunch of our problems by having her do the spirit medium stuff, but they introduced directly a contradiction in that by giving us direct evidence that no, you can't just have a spirit medium solve everything, because a spirit medium can't. It's been proven already that there are things that a spirit medium can't do to solve every case, and also a spirit medium in training can't do that. It's actually quite a good way to get around it. Don't tend to complain about how it turned out. There's something that still bothers me. Something went down after that trail. Something no one will talk about. I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think his real reason is. I had a feeling we'd wind up here sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related in some way to that case. I better take another look at the files. I'm gonna look really quick, but I think I know what it is. I'm gonna read the thing. But it is true though, when it's like also because with characters, when you have to figure out, okay, why is a character here? I think the toughest one is when you're looking at, you know, it's probably something here. But I think when you have a character whose motivation is a bit, it's hard when motivation can be strange, because I think the motivation of, oh, fix the present to fix the future. I think the problem also is that he's kind of decoupled from time anyway, isn't he? So even if he does fix the present, doesn't that not fix the future? Kind of weird. Okay, so I'm gonna try and... Okay, yeah, it was this. Okay, got it. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. Think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. I have the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. In a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall, are you related to this man? Multiverse theory. Yeah, Neil, multiverse theory is tough. You know what's one thing I've had the thought of? You know what's one that I came to? I actually had to remove, even though I personally believe multiverse theory could exist in our universe, I had to remove it from my own storytelling. I had to make both of the stories I've written so far, both of the major worlds I've ever done, they can't work on multiverse theory in that same way. Because I couldn't do time travel. Like, time travel doesn't, like, the thought process I had was that time travel is something that it's like, if you ever want to look at time travel or like time manipulation in any storytelling, I feel like the hardest thing to do is to try and do multiverse theory, because you crack that box open and there's nothing saving you from the consequences, because now you have infinite universes to deal with, and that is a pain in the ass. So I made it easier on myself by making it so that's not the case. And I do have some ways to maneuver around my own rules, which is nice, but multiverse theory is hard. It's hard to write. Neil Marshall. Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago, he received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. Oh. What? A prosecutor? You must be talking about the King of Prosecutors Award. Now I remember, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed, and the case fell into your hands. But what's his relation to you? He was my brother. Ah. That... He was investigating the murders of Damon Gant, the then deputy chief of police. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed. At least according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it? That's your reason for your insane actions? There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. Oh, maybe the most ridiculous kid's backstory is no joke. I just realized who killed him. I just realized who killed him. I don't like the implications of this. I know who killed him. Oh, I think I know who killed him. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime. That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with his resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. The thing that happened by chance never ceased to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder is going on at the police department. Chance. It's got to be more than just that. If no one was murdered at the police department the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot is the real one. Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye. But wait, a verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. There's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. Seems to me this boy's got the draw on you, partner. All of the mysteries at the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Skye, and the testimony of one Miss Angel Star is completely incontestable. You have a response, make it a single word or less. I actually know what it is. Rest my case. I think I know exactly how to solve this, though. Trials reach its conclusion. There's no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department. There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera's tape was fake, but I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty. Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant. Hold it. Your Honor, wait. Emma, the defense has an objection, a scientific objection. Right? What do you mean, right? Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian? Your Honor? Oh, in a sense. Please, Your Honor, all I'm asking is for a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. Do you want a minute? I'll give you 3. Oh, that's nice. That's very kind of you. I was kind of in shock. I'm gonna send my foxes need to go back to work. We are quite busy in my office, as it were. Finding out the incident, the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dart killings. Now that she mentioned it, the names of both Sky sisters were in that file. That's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall's trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing, the other handprint. You mean the traces of blood found in Detective Gumshoe's locker? But no fingerprints are found on it, right? No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked at it again. So did you find something? No. What? Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Is that all? Please don't be mad, I'm just a high school student. And I'm just an attorney. Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them, please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you. Me? Oh boy. Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright, with regard to the incident of the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? I'm gonna save really quick just to keep myself saved up and ready. Appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered here. Is there a problem with this? Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be of more use, but still, if you can't find anything wrong with the blood mark, please answer, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day. If I've ever needed to concentrate, it's now. What could be wrong with the handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker? Could there be something missing? Yeah, I object. There is a problem. The handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems clear is you're grasping, Mr. Wright. You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? I mean, something hasn't been drawn on there. Yes, something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of this blood mark. Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. With all the evidence here, there's gotta be something I can use. Actually, it was this ding-dong. Actually, it is this ding-dong. What about that piece of plywood? The Blue Badger, mascot of the police force. Defender of truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the plans of the crime scene. The Blue Badger is not here. So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well, what? Aha! I got him. That's right. So as long as the Blue Badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at this spot on the locker. What? I got him. I love Marshall so much, but also, holy crap! The fact that this freaking blue idiot is the crux. That's the crux. Means it can't be done. What are you saying? Blood traces are undeniably found on that locker. Don't look at me. I didn't put it there. Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. Emma, on that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the Blue Badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. So that must mean the blood mark was left there before the Blue Badger was brought in. Just one moment. I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom. Far-fetched balderdash! I love that. May sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice. But how? One time was captured on this tape, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand, from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is, the other time... Oh, this case is just low-key, just the Blue Badger case. Someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered. Oh yeah, now we got the good music. I refuse to accept your absurd claim. The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker. This case is quite deep, though. It's amazing. I love this. Also, they are throwing objections left and right. Holy crap. So that assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. I am gonna grab this real quick, and I'm gonna rock out real quick. When did the first incident occur? To summarize, the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posed as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room. That's right, the blood mark on this locker proves it. Very well, then tell us. When did the first incident occur? As Mr. Edger said, proof must be presented. I love the pressing the witness song. It's only one piece of evidence that can show that. What shows the first crime, when the crime took place? Wait, within an hour and a half of 4 p.m.? Wait a minute. I'm gonna throw this really quick, but this is the proof. It's quite simple, you see. This is so simple, then don't get it wrong. Huh? Crap. Okay, wrong one. I thought it was that, but no, hang on. We'll go back. It's only one piece of evidence that can show that. Well, it's probably just this. But let me make sure. I'm making sure really quick. Think time. Yeah, this is think time. Does this have a time on it? No, it has a date. I keep rocking out to this music. This music's so good. It's not, so it's not this. I'm gonna throw this really quick, but... Okay, that wasn't it either. Crap. It wasn't that either. Crap. Alright, so it's not the jar. It's not... Crap. Think. Brain, work with me here. I can see it now. My brain is... I can swear my brain is doing it. Wait, here it is. It's this. The crime took place in the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required. An ID card. Yes, the ID card record. The 420. Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the room at, let's see here, 450. If the crime took place before that time, it would be 440. Oh! Miles Edgeworth, just what have you done? Never would have thought you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. If it doesn't take a lot to figure out that it couldn't have been me. Nope, I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either. It's clear from the luminol test that blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have had 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. That would mean the crime must have taken place before Edgeworth entered the evidence room. Let's look at the chart again. Yeah, there's another one. This is the guy with all 7s there. There's only 1 card remaining. All 7. Talk about a lucky number. But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 7. He went in with the complete 7. Look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number is 77. I can't read. When you put 7s like that, I can't read them like that. 777777777. That's 1 7 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card, at least at present. What? Explain yourself. The ID card belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher. Someone who is called an executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity. But that's ridiculous. Just how? I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There is one situation in which we may be granted such authority. An official charge filed against an executive is accepted. An official charge. You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate if you kept your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask you a question. Yes? No, not to you. To her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Lana? Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course, we've looked up her ID number, and it's not 7. Don't play for me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident. The SL9 incident. Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Oh, man, he is taking shots. Oh, God. Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time, occasionally, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did. Lana? Became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. Before I realized that we were the ones being suppressed by the law. Defendant, just what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did? Chief Prosecutor didn't. I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Why won't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. Even if it involved forging evidence. Well, that's not great. These white flashes are also not great for my eyes. Oh. See? That's what I'm talking about. No. No! Slam that gavel, boy. The courtroom got messed up for an entire day. Holy crap. Oh my god. Imagine throwing an entire courtroom out of whack because you had to say you said something like that. Oh, Lana. I feel bad for her, but oh my goodness, man. You really had to forge evidence like this? Holy crap. So sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. It's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order to get him the verdict he deserved. I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dart killings. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. Lana wanted Dart convicted so badly. That's why she used me. Why she used what happened to me. What do you mean what happened to you? It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. What did you have to do with those killings? On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. He tried to kill Emma? Officer Marshall's brother Neil was only trying to save me. So that means you... Yes, I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. I did not see that coming, I see. I'm gonna have to ask you about it then. Happened 2 years ago. It's right about this time of the year too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together when she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Aw. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then, I'll never forget it. Lightning struck and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What was burned? What I saw then was burned a permanent picture in my mind. I could see it now. I'm gonna ask her everything. I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall, so you weren't able to testify about that. No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why why she made up the crime. You mean provided bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted this guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He could have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumor about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. So it's true, even though you may not have known about it, Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. After that case ended, Alana was never the same. She became cold like she is today. She must not have been able to face up to what she did. Aw. I will say, this whole thing is actually just pain. Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. He was stabbed right in front of this girl. My goodness, no wonder she's scared. No wonder she has some issues. Don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma, you've been through so much. Jeez. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago, you must have been 14. That's understandable. You know, when this game wants to strike the emotional core, it goes very well. It does it very precisely. When I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I'd be able to fight crime with my testimonies, to make the evidence, to make an airtight case. That way, Lana wouldn't never have to forge any. I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. There's still something about that bothers me about the crime. Something that still puzzles me. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at that time, right? Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, he was being chased by a prosecutor. There's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning, you mean by the police? Of course, this happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective's offices and the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly, didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force? Wait, what? After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. So she was a detective. Interesting. Alright, to the detention center. Hi, Lana. How are you doing? Hi, Lana. Mr. Wright. Seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence. Didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we? Well, Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Emma told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago and how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer? That's right. Could you fill me in on the details, especially with the unusual change of jobs? Suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. You know, every single time I hear this song, I always am like a little sad. It's like, dude, they do a good job of making this place oppressive. It's a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. They still talk about the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. I read those two C words close together. Chief Gant. He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. Damon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be. They're the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed. Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes so you could use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. And after that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Should ask more about the investigation of theirs 2 years ago. I see. The fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believe that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. All drama aside, the fact of the matter is at 5:15 there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true what the witness Miss Starr said. About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife? Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've seen Lana look so phased before. 2 years ago, second in command investigating Dark. Second in command, that means the investigation led by Damon Gant, right? Deputy Chief Gant and I share the same office and the same investigations. They even had the same office. We led a team of the best detectives of the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. I see. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That's when his final murder took place, when he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. See, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down and fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's where he found me. So you're the first person to run to the scene? It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. When I returned to my body, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3. Prosecutor Marshall, the victim Emma who had passed out, and the suspect Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Can't blame her after all her sister must have gone through. Man, the characterization, the characters are so good. As I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident? Quite a coincidence. I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident just by chance. But that case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall, yes. His actions came to a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced of the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case may not be over just yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Gant now occupies by himself, the chief's office. So we need to go look at the chief's office. I see. I'm going over to criminal affairs. Don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere. Things seem kind of quiet around here today. You're right. Chief of Detectives seems the same, though. Okay, so where am I? Police department entrance. Hi, Marshall. Howdy, Bambina. Hi, Mr. Marshall. I appreciate you more now. Never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning. I'm happy. I'm happy we still get this music. We get our favorite music. Is it bad that I kind of want to write? I want to make like a small video of just like, I just want to have a video of like a little 8-bit guy riding a horse, just to this music. I love this music so much. I do like this music. It is growing on me. Even if Marshall at times bothers me, he is fantastic. I think he just did psychic damage that one time and it got me. Okay, Santa, you never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambina? Like that. I am feeling the blood cells in my head trying to find a synapse to jump off of. There is somewhere in my head, my brain cells are finding a lovely place with a good view to jump off of. Should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Billy? Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go into the evidence room today. Mr. Marshall, why did you do it? Why do prospectors head? Okay, Santa said, whatever will be, will be. Oh my god. This guy is such a dork and I love him. You know what? He's growing on me. He's kind of growing on me. I think it's mostly just because of how he's committed to this bit of being a total Western dork. If there ever was a case I need to know the truth about, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Something was fishy from the trial about the trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean the switchblade with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's, all right. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised. That's the meaning. Pronounced Sarah. Fun stuff. Very good. He's as committed to the biz he is to avenging his brother. You're right. You are accurate to that. The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there's a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, the possibility had been erased. Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence? That case left behind scars on all of us. The scars that the SL9 incident left behind. I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was the best prosecutors around. I had just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together. How old was your brother? He was 27 at the time. Oh, he was awarded the highest honor that very day. The king of prosecutors. I knew it. What are you looking at me like that for? It's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have been really close to his brother. Oh, dude. I got like a stomach pain because I was just like, dude, I don't want to think about like, because that's like, losing a brother is like, dude, I would not want to think about that pain. I don't want to think about that. Day the SL9 incident took place. That wasn't the same day as... That's right. It was the day of the evidence transferal. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning. By nightfall, there was thunder. Can't believe 2 years had gone by already. Try to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered and the evidence locker was empty. There was something behind that scene, the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Miss Starr was fired and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something with him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. You know, they were careful not to be too obvious. They? Who are you talking about? Don't be upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Skye. The investigation lead, Damon Gant, is second in command, Lana Skye. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. The case was their biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Everyone knew her, said so. Chief Prosecutor Skye is totally different when she was a detective. Now that you mention it, Emmett said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambina, but her secret's too well guarded. I never found out. On a secret, it all started 2 years ago. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it? Certainly enlightening. There's one thing I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict, but someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Ah, poor guy. Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. Aw. Now I just feel bad. I feel bad that let's see. Just gonna walk around a little bit. No one's here today, not even Miss Starr. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are. But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room. Making headway in the case. It looks like we ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. Gotta find all the answers by tomorrow. I might as well look around a little bit. Nah. See if Edgeworth's around. Mr. Edgeworth isn't here. Maybe he's being questioned by an inquiry committee. He took a real beating in court today. With Lana admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago, I guess we'll just have to come back later. Oh. Yeah, we have a lot of stuff to deal with now. My prosecutor's office, detention center. You know what? Maybe she'll tell me her secret. Nope. Oh. This place is pretty empty, but today it's deserted. That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. If you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. Wow, you actually talked to us. With the chief prosecutor saying what she said in the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media in tomorrow's trial. It's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word usually used for those. Sir, would I like to have a look around Chief Gant's office? Choose the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we're not police officers or anything. Hey, you're right. Can't go in there. It's off limits. Now I see why Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Well, what are we doing? Let's go up to the chief's office. Please tell me Gant isn't... Why does he have an organ in here? What in the goddamn? Oh, that's why his theme plays. I see. Oh, that makes more sense. Where am I? Chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. That's a pipe organ. I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach. That's adorable. Thought I was a genius. Lana. Oh yeah, he's definitely evil. I could never remember where C was. Hmm? Oh, it's you two. I can't... Dude, you put that paper he was reading it in his desk? So, Righto, have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. Been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full, too, with Miss Marshall's misconduct and Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence? 2 years ago, passed since that incident. Maya, time flies. Oh my god. It's not just that he has an organ. It's that he has a full church organ installed in his office. See that big picture on the wall over there? That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. Something's not right about that picture. I can't quite put my finger on it, though. Oh, it's the jar in the back. Yep, first thing I said when I saw that. Oh my god. Opulent. Yeah, opulent. I'm looking through chat again. Yeah, opulent. Yeah, this is... Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh, but this office. It was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. So there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. Must be nice having money to burn. Seems the case isn't over with yet either. What do you mean? Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. You mean like a clue? It's gotta be a way we can get inside the chief's office. Okay, so I have a question. We're on time, so it's 11 o'clock right now. I have a question. Do you guys think there's enough time in this game to justify bringing this to next week? Because I would have to stop now if we're going to do it next week. I am asking now because if everybody's down for it, I'd be okay with going longer. But if it's going to be more than... I'd say if it's more than 2 hours, I would call it right now. If it's going to be more than 2 hours, I would call it now. Because I do think I would be hard-pressed to keep my stamina up for that. It would be a little tough for me, now thinking about it. This is a big investigation day. Yeah, this case is long. All right, so we're gonna save here then, and we'll continue this next week, and then we'll probably see this case to its end, and it's obviously followed by a trial. Yes, so we are going to do. So next week on Thursday, we'll see this to its end, and depending on how much time we have on that stream, I'll either start Ace Attorney 2 straight away, or end stream a little bit early to compensate. So to that end, I think I'll call it then. All right, so to remind everyone, Sunday is Mario Strikers Charged, because that's our fun. That's the second of the 3 redeemed games from the Monopoly stream. The third one is The Legend of the Mythical Ninja on the Super Nintendo. Have that written down too. And of course, so I will see you guys on Sunday next. I had the thought of doing some Friday streams, a Friday stream this week, but instead I will be putting videos up on YouTube. So I'll be trying to make some stuff to put up tomorrow. I'll let you guys know in the Discord and on Twitter what comes up out of that. I had the thought I'd try to finish up that philosophy through play video, that first one, and see how well I can do. So I hope that I can, hope that that'll be fun for you guys. So I hope I can do those videos and stuff. And of course, Sunday, I feel like Mario Strikers is gonna be an interesting time, because I don't remember playing it at all when I was a kid. Haven't seen Mythical Ninja in forever. Yeah, so that'll be not this Sunday, but the next Sunday. But I'm looking forward to that too. That'll be the second time that I've been recommended a game from the NES SNES library. Interestingly, Nahamaha keeps recommending me these games. I feel like I'm gonna go through all of the fascinating games of the era through this method. I love this. So this will be excellent. All right, but thank you all for coming by. Thank you to everyone who got to come by to get to stay to the end. I think I have decided I'm gonna play Ace Attorney 2 straight away once this first game is done. I love this game. I love this game, and the series is great. It's clearly having a lot of influence, because I've been really enjoying getting to immerse myself in these games. The stories are fantastic. So now, whenever I see you guys next, goodbye for now, and thank you. Now the question is, is there anybody I know who is on who I could raid into? I don't know if there's anybody in particular I could raid into. Let me go see. I'll look around. I'll shop around. If not, then I could just go to sleep. I could just go to sleep, of course. I'm uncertain. Does anybody have any, if anybody has any, have a good night. Yeah, you guys have a good night. I hope everybody gets to have a good weekend. And I will see you guys on Sunday.